bwele yamene onganisiye ine. They say what goes up must come down in an aikanda iolo. And that's why lelo nilina bonso. Will you carry me on? 'Cause you carry my joy. You carry my reason to live and to breathe every day in an akana. Suyenda. Daba mutima wanga ulitaitina wako nizakangala wanjine. Take my heart, heart, heart. Take my heart. Daba mutima ene ulianchita kulia weo mukwao. Take my eyes, eyes, eyes. Take my eyes. Amasonga ngenga manyigwe kamukwano. I wanna be your lover, your shoulder when you cry, all day, all night, from sunrise to the sunset. When the sun goes to sleep, they can say what they like, they can think what they like. Mukwano wange jolly will last forever. They can come, they will go. They can take what they like. But I know they can take my love away. Take my heart. Daba mtima ene ulianchita kulia weo mukwao. Take my eyes. Take my eyes. Amasonga ngenga manyigwe kamukwano. Take my heart, you can love me forever. Take my own if we can't be together. Forever you said we'll be together. And right now you gon' change like the weather. I remember it was December. You said there will never be cut timber. Like birds we'll be flying together. My body, my heart, my desire. I remember it was December. You said there will never be cut timber. Like birds we'll be flying together. My boy, my heart, my desire. Daba mtima wanga ulitaitina wako nizakangala wanjine. Take my heart, take my heart. Daba mtima ene ulianchita kulia weo. Take my eyes, take my eyes, yeah. Amasonga ngenga manyigwe kamukwano.
We're all born free and equal.
Don't discriminate.
These are your human rights. There are 30 of them. They belong to you. You don't have to buy them, or apply for them, or ask permission to have them. They're just yours. No matter who you are, where you're from, how old you are, or anything else. It's just that simple. Now, some people may try to ignore your rights, or violate them, or pretend they don't exist. But they can't change the fact that they're yours. Human right number 30. No one can take away your human rights. What are human rights? Find out at youthforhumanrights.org.
Wow,
What a wonderful
beautiful song. This was Mita. This lady is truly a songbird. I just saw a comment coming up and I'm like, yes, I completely agree with you. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, and bonsoir from wherever you're joining us from today. A very warm welcome to you all. My name is Fatoumata Diallo, the founder of the Minute Factor with Fatoumata Diallo. And I am very pleased to be your host together with a wonderful Mita Joshi, a board member of the Justina Mutale Foundation. Look, we are absolutely delighted that you have joined us to celebrate the official launch of the book of the season. Now, I say the book of the season, The Art of Iconic Leadership, a Female Secret of Female World Leaders, which has been released in all bookstores and e-book platforms across the globe today, Thursday, 10 December 2020. Now, yes, you would completely agree with me that today is a very special and unique day. Mita, what do you think?
Absolutely. Whatever you said was perfect, because this book is remarkable. The book chronicles, the achievements of iconic women leaders that have employed mostly soft leadership skills to unleash remarkable transformation in their own lives and those of others. And what more can you, need in this life to go ahead? Either you're a budding leader, or you are an established leader, or you are, a seasoned leader. So it provides profound insights for future women leaders, pulling together politics, gender, economy, strategy, leadership, and geopolitics.
Absolutely, Mita. And today we're not only celebrating the launch of this incredible masterpiece, but also we are doing a fundraiser for a scholarship for the Justina Mutale Foundation scholarship students. Can you tell us a little more about that, Mita?
Yeah, the proceeds from, the scholarship is basically, we are working to, for the book celebrates, as such, the emerging power of female leadership. So we need to look at how we can encourage girls of underprivileged, background to avail that opportunity to come up and become future leaders. So this is what we do in the scholarship, is we provide that platform that we, from the underprivileged part of the African continent, girls can come and study and do tertiary education anywhere abroad where we have links, and that is provided. We often get some help with the universities via education institutes we are affiliated with, but sometimes we also need additional funding, such as for the air tickets. Sometimes we only get part of the funding available, and part we have to provide. So this is our mission, to get girls from Africa who would, in normal circumstances, never imagine to go and study abroad and do tertiary education. And we are giving them this vision and this dream so that they can become future leaders, as they've been highlighted in this iconic book of the female leaders of the world. So yes, so we are the proceeds from the book will go towards Justina Mutale Foundation. And as I said, the fund for young women and girls from disadvantaged communities in Africa to access tertiary education around the world. And if you may wish to support our efforts, then please feel free. You will see throughout during this program, scrolling link going for how you can donate and to the scholarship fund.
Absolutely. And Mita, by the way, I love what she said about it is our mission to support the girl child education. And today is you have a very unique opportunity to be able to bring in your input in elevating somebody else's growth, somebody else's thinking, and giving them that chance, that opportunity to pursue their higher education so they can contribute back into the economy, into their community and their country at large. Now, ladies and gents, you are not ready for this. Today, we have crafted a lovely, wonderful program for you, and you will hear from a great selection of what I would like to call an intergenerational leaders who would share with us their first insights of the book and also their experience in leadership more generally. Now, before we open the floor, I would like, as always, to invite all of you who are watching us right now to get loud on social media. Like, pick up your phones, pick up all of your devices and tweet hashtag Art of Iconic Leadership, hashtag Justina Mutale, hashtag Book of the Season, and do tag us on the handles at Justina Mutale at GMF Leadership. Please get loud and get the word across as far as you can. Now, having said this, Mita and I, we promised that we had great lines of speakers for you, and it is my absolute pleasure and honor to welcome our very first keynote this evening, Her Excellency Aja Fatoumata Jallow Tambajang, who was the former Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia, and currently she is a nominee deputy chairperson of the African Union Commission. Please take a seat and again, get your devices and please tweet everything she's gonna say. Thank you, Her Excellency. The stage is yours.
Thank you so much, all the eminent panelists. I salute exceptionally our sister, Dr. Justina Mutale, for her relentless effort in championing the cause of women and girls, not only in Africa, but globally. I'm honored and pleased to be among the speakers, humble speakers today. And I have to say that I have been so much overwhelmed with the tasks of getting myself ready for the nomination to the African Union, and at the same time working at the national level in preparation to helping women to enter politics in the Gambia. Regardless of my tight and competing priorities, I take this opportunity to honor the invitation of the Mutale Foundation through my very dear sister, Dr. Justina Mutale. part of the priorities because she needs our support. She's there for not for herself, but for everyone, including myself. I met her 3 years ago in New York. And right there, we clicked in terms of having a common goal, which is how much we can give through intergenerational dialogue, sharing of experiences and knowledge, so that we can leave legacy for the younger generation coming up. The book is quite interesting. It is a trajectory where I find myself, I see myself, and I'm sure that many other women around the world are seeing themselves. It is a mirror, if I can succinctly say, for every woman. I see her rising from the very challenging environment, challenging in terms of the patriarchal system in Africa, and not, of course, excluding her community, rising from that challenging environment and rising to the highest of our capability. The book is very inspirational, as I say, because it shows that, as she states in the book, that women have innate abilities, capabilities. Just as human rights are inalienable, the natural leadership of women are really inalienable. And it's a very beginning, from the very beginning of a child as a girl, starts to take responsibilities, leadership responsibilities, rearing and caring for the younger siblings, or being cared and reared for by the older siblings, and mostly who were girls like herself. If you look at it, it's just pathetic, as they also mentioned, and as most of the people who have read the book, who have reviewed the book, and have made excellent remarks, eminent women, starting from Africa, the United States of America, UK, where she is based. I joined them to salute her for this noble accomplishment, laudable accomplishment. It is inspiring because most of our stories as women are mostly buried with us when we die. We have so many stories to tell, but they are undocumented. They are a library that is burnt and buried with a woman or with a girl. As an illuminary woman of Africa and globally, she has always struggled to forget about herself. She is self-effacing. She's always focusing on what matters for the other. And the other is the legacy of young women and young girls who will come after us. In last year, when we realized the exodus of migrants, coming young people, crossing the Mediterranean, dying in the Mediterranean, dying in the deserts, and most of them buried as unknown. And this is so sad. So, what happened as in the world is that we saw how Her Excellency Angela Merkel stood up to the world to say, to show that she's a woman, that compassion in her, the empathy in women, the leadership in women, showed the world that no, they are human beings, they are part of our community, and we need to care for them. This is exactly what is happening. You look at Rwanda, as Justina indicates in her book. Rwanda today, women have risen from the dust of war, the dust of genocide, where they have become transformators, where they're transforming not only their lives and the lives of their families, where most of them are single parents. But that did not stop them. They have used their capability and they have created the space that is needed, not waiting for men to give them the space, which is very important in women's leadership, is to create their own space to support each other in unison so that they can challenge and penetrate the corridors of power. Ladies and gentlemen, the journey would continue, the journey of talking about the book, The Art of Iconic Women's Leadership, written by Sister Justina Mutela. It will continue to be told not only by us, but outside the forum, this current forum, which is celebrating not only the book, but the person, the author of the book, the eminent person behind the book, the selfless, self-effacing person, eminent personality behind the book. And it's a source of research, a source of knowledge, a source of encouragement for many women, including myself, to write their story, our stories, and leave it for posterity. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy that in her journey, she has not left behind or ignored the importance of partnership in her journey. Partnership is crucial, is key. Women cannot be empowered, as she rightly says, without exploring those who know and are committed to the cause of women. Those who don't know, we help them to know, and we engage them as partners at the different levels so that they can understand that women's leadership is for the era, not only now, but the past, the present, and the future. The future is in the hands of women. As she rightly says in her book, women constitute almost like 62% of the entire world population. And if you look at it specifically in our African context, they are the producers, they are the producers of human and goods services. They are the backbone of any economy. Yet they are marginalized because their voice is not heard and they are not visible. We must take this opportunity today to use it as a bedrock for the empowerment of women, not only in politics, but in all spheres of life. We must make all the international instruments that have been adopted since the 75 years of the United Nations, the 25 years of Beijing Platform of Action. You call it since 1979, the Convention on the Elimination on the Discrimination of Elimination Against Women. All the international instruments that have been taken so far, and yet if you measure them in terms of women's empowerment, it's minimal. We need to use this book and say, yes, this is the strength that women have to stand up and tell their stories. We hope that she will encourage many other women who have so many stories to tell, who are libraries, and yet the stories remain silent just because of, well, from one reason or the other. One is maybe lack of encouragement, the other is lack of motivation or inspiration. So there goes the icon, the act of iconic leader, which is going to be laid today and pave the foundation for many women writers who would see women's leadership. We can talk about women's leadership and the impact, positive impact of women leadership around the world. You look at Australia, what happened. You look at Germany. You look at even the men who are really committed to the cause of women. You see the impact they are making in governance. And when we talk about governance, it is not governance by allowing men to nominate us or to appoint us. Because leadership, with the women's leadership, must be sustained. And how do we sustain it? The only way we can do it, as my sister Justina has said in her book, is to really explore that avenue, explore the journey by empowering, seeking knowledge, supporting each other, creating space so that we can break the barrier, the glass ceiling, which from centuries has been male dominated. But this is the myth of it. The reality is that Africans know and Europe knows that without women, nothing can move. From the household, you are a mother, you are a manager, already you are a manager from your youth. You are a manager, then leadership in the community, and then you have leadership in society. So I would encourage everyone not only to buy the book, but to spread the message, just as you rightly say, hashtag iconic, Art of Iconic Women's Leadership of the book that we are about to launch today. And by way of humbly showing my gratitude for this honor and privilege that the foundation, Mutela Foundation, has given me through the personality of somebody I acknowledge, not only as an intellectual, but as a sister. In Africa, when somebody calls you sister, what it means that he has seen something in you that you share, and sometimes something that she can inspire herself from, and that is the strength, the courage, the resilience, and the determination to move the cause of women in the 21st century. So I thank you, and in recognition, I would like to pledge 500 United States dollars towards the foundation, which is not only for a name making for Justina, but for reaching out, as they say in our language, whoever is helping, when somebody is helping you to wash you, you must scrub your back. And you, Fatimata, coming from Africa, Sierra Leone, you know that adage. So I will contribute this $500, and I will find a means of getting it reach your accounts, just in support of the education of girls, which is very important. I was married young. I was married at the age of 16. And because I was determined to really make a difference in the lives of women, I got myself ready, went back to school, went to university. Today, I might say that I did not achieve being a doctor, medical doctor that I wanted to be, but I'm really proud to say that there is no difference, because I've reached the heights of governance, and I don't think I'm going to stop there. Just as I'm encouraged by the book, I'm going to pursue it, and not pursuing it within the corridors of men's power, but within the corridors of women's power. So I urge you all to join me in praying for Sister Justina Matela, so that God Almighty can make her rich, realize her dream in empowering, looking behind, and seeing so many young women underprivileged, marginalized, who have the talents, the ingenuity to reach out, to realize their potentials, but are limited because of lack of financing. And she has opened the gate, has been opening the gate to look for resources, which is very difficult in these trying times of not only economic recession, but COVID. And so we will all support her and I'm ready and always available and committed to the cause of the foundation. And please do not hesitate to call on me to do whatever to support you in any way you feel my ability can. I pray that God bless all of you, blesses the foundation, blesses our sister, blesses the book, and that the book be read globally in Africa. Not only be read and gathered to gather dust, but to be read and applied for the sake of raising humanity to the highest level. That is half of humanity, which is women and young girls. God bless you all. Thank you.
Wow, wow, wow. Mita, thank you. Thank you so much. This was my namesake, Her Excellency Aja Fatumata Jallo Tambajang, all the way from the Gambia. And I want to say, I remember I met with Her Excellency 3 years ago in New York at the United Nations Commission on the Status of Women, where she was giving the keynote address of the Justina Mutale Foundation's event. And today, as a young woman, I am so pleased to see her running for the African Union, like to show us that it is possible for women and girls to lead. And thank you, Your Excellency, for your pledge. Thank you for leading by example. And really, I mean, I couldn't agree more that women have innate capabilities in leadership. And I loved what she said. She said that, you know, women need to create their own space to challenge the corridors of power, and women's leadership is for the era. It is the future. She says the future is in the hands of women. And for me, I mean, it is, I'm even losing my words so much that I agree with her. Like, you know, Mita, what do you think? What do you think?
I think she spoke right from her heart, and what actually really matters are these simple things and profound. That everything which really is useful and important for today's women is to break this patriarchal society, the mindset that women have, especially in countries like even in India, even in India had woman prime minister, Indira Gandhi, so, and women scientists. But when it comes to Africa, there are many things which need to be addressed, and there are many things to be addressed in many developing worlds as well, emerging markets. So not just Africa, India as well, and South America. So we need to look at many of the aspects which are like role model, which Justina Mutale herself is. So this book is like step ladder for anyone who wants to go ahead in life and look at all the iconic leaders and what were the things which they really had, which made them what they became. And Her Highness very clearly outlined that how Justina as a sister, and what's the meaning of the word sister. It was so touching when she said that sister means you're considered as family, with whom you can share. So as a sister, Justina is helping all the sisters of the world this way. So what a beautiful tribute by Her Highness about our special guest and the writer and author and the founder of Justina Mutale Foundation. So next, we without much ado, I think we should be welcoming Justina. And what else can I say about her? I've been working with her for a while, for a long time. She's the African Woman of the Year for 2012. She's founder and president, Justina Mutale Foundation for Leadership, vice president, United Kingdom National Alliance of Women's Organizations. She's gender equality ambassador and spokesperson an international women's think tank, and she is much more than this. There are other things which she has her hands in several pies, and all of them are so fantastic ventures, such as the Positive Runway, which is meant for AIDS and other such diseases, for which there's a platform provided with the fashion show and catwalk, and which is ever so popular with its profound impact on the lives of people who are affected. So without much ado, I know everyone is wanting to hear from the author herself. Her Highness Justina Mutale, please.
Hello, everyone, and thank you very much for joining us today. I know in London it's very cold, it's a little miserable, and we are still on the lockdown, even though it is tiered, but we are all just trying to be like on a full lockdown, just so we can keep everybody healthy. As you heard from Mita, I also ran Positive Runway, the global catwalk to stop the spread. Initially, we were stopping the spread of HIV and AIDS, but now we try to stop anything that works negatively onto humanity, and especially the young people. So now we are focusing on stopping the spread of COVID-19. Now, going back to the book, The Art of Iconic Leadership, Power Secrets of Female World Leaders, is my gift. It is my gift to the next generation woman. It is my gift to all the young women and all the girls of the world, to show them, to inspire them on their leadership journey, and show to them that it is possible for them to lead. Like I have always said, I come from a background of very powerful, strong, assertive women who have always defied the gender dynamics. And also, as I was growing up, I could also identify other women leaders from around the world, women like Catherine the Great, women like Cleopatra the Seventh. So in this book, and also now going into the gender the gender fight journey, I keep hearing about how young women and girls do not have role models. Then I remember, but from my background, I have a lot of role models. From my mother's family, a woman rules the kingdom, and also from my own father's family. Even though it is patriarchal, a strong, powerful, that did not deter a strong, powerful woman to rise up and shock the whole political foundation of my country, Zambia. So and then growing up, like I said, I could identify other role models. If you're a Christian, you could just think about Mary being the mother of Jesus. Jesus became God, but where did he come from? Through a woman. Those are some of the stories that then it shocks me to hear that there are no young women and girls do not have role models. So I decided to write this book as a gift to the next generation woman, to young women and girls, so they can see that it is possible, and that they have been people before us who have done this. So I start from historical times with people like Catherine the Great and Cleopatra the Seventh, and then I move on to people like Margaret Thatcher and Indira Gandhi. And then we came, of course, to Hillary Clinton and Michelle Obama. We move on to Angela Merkel. And we also come on to Jacinta Ardern and, of course, Kamala Harris. All this is a track record showing you that women are capable of doing things. You heard what the Her Excellency Fatoumata Jallow Jabatang talked about how Angela Merkel handled the immigration issue. But of course, we've also been reading about the millennial leadership from Jacinta Ardern, how she handled the terrorist the terrorist act onto the Muslim people, the way she turned that whole thing around to try and bring all the people of New Zealand together as one people. She used that misfortune to turn it around into a positive thing for everybody to embrace themselves. And of course, now that she's been appointed, again elected for the second term, she brought everybody in, people from the gay community, people from the Maori community, people from the women's community. So in my book, I talk about the power that women bring forth to leadership. And I think that women's leadership is kind of a divine leadership, almost godly. They bring forth the soft skills that you wouldn't think that would make somebody strong, but these are the skills that make women strong and make women possible to lead and to carry forward what needs to be done into the world. Skills such as resilience, courage, emotional intelligence, creativity, the creativity that Catherine the Great brought to Russia to make Russia the empire that it became. When the men were ruling Russia, empire was not as big an empire as it became when Catherine the Great ran it. And as talking about Cleopatra the Seventh, most people look at her as a woman who dated both Mark Antony and Caesar, but she was an independent woman and a great leader. In fact, she went far ahead of Mark Antony and Caesar in trying to protect her city. And when they went to wars, she would identify the dangers before those guys could. So that is what my book is all about. And what brought the idea for me to write this book was 2 years ago, I think we started talking about the 100th anniversary of the vote in the UK. And then I thought, oh, but I know from my own background in Africa, we do have African suffragettes. And these women are not shown in the history books, have totally left them out. They have totally left out people like Ye Asantwa. They've totally left out like Nandi, the mother of Shaka Zulu. They've left out the Igbo women that fought for the golden stool in Nigeria. All of these women, I started thinking about that. What will our girl child and young women and girls around the world learn that it is possible for them to do this? And the ones, especially in Africa, to know that African women have always been in leadership positions. They've always been leaders. Women like Shaka Zulu. Shaka Zulu is one of the strongest warriors reported in Southern Africa, but he stood on the shoulders of his mother, Nandi. And like I said, we have Ye Asantwa, who fought for the golden stool in Ghana, and the Igbo women, of course, of Nigeria. So all these things kept coming to me, and I'm thinking our young girls need to know this. They need to know this to be inspired in the journey to become leaders, to show them that it is possible. All these things that we've been hearing about the women not being capable leaders. And of course, with the Sustainable Development Goals, we are on a journey to try and attain a 50-50 planet, where we have 50% of female gender and 50% of the male gender seated together on that table that makes all the important decisions that that decide the direction of the world. And I decided I'm going to do this book, but rather than focus it on my own region where I come from, Africa, I decided to encompass all the women that had always stood out for me in the time that I was growing up, the women that have stood out for me presently, and the millennials that are coming up, like Jacinta Ardern and Marin from Finland. So in my book, you will read about those women. I have tried to touch on the important aspects and their soft skills, and of course, emotional intelligence. For example, the Queen Elizabeth has been able to run empire, run the Commonwealth, and run the United Kingdom because she has outstanding emotional intelligence to tune into the feelings of the people, into social awareness, into her own self-awareness in order for her to carry on, to hold on empire, to hold on the Commonwealth, and of course the United Kingdom, which runs the 4 nations. So these are some of the things that are in my book. And in between that, we have other women like Hillary Clinton. She was the most formidable presidential candidate that the United States have ever seen. Even though she never became president, she still stands as the most formidable woman that came forth to try and become president of the United States. So I go through all of their journeys, how they handled their time in power, how they handled the time that they were doing this. And of course, I'm not forgetting all my own African heroes. For example, Helen Sirleaf Johnson, who became the first ever female president of Liberia, taking that country out of a time of civil war and bringing it to what it is today. Of course, we go back to Joyce Banda. She was the first ever woman to become president in Southern Africa. And some of the people when I was growing up that really stood out for me, glamorous women. I like women that look good and elegant. Benazir Bhutto. Benazir Bhutto was the first ever female president in a Muslim country. When you talk about democracy, the USA up to now has never had a woman president, but the Muslim world in Pakistan through Benazir Bhutto have had a woman prime minister, and she was so charismatic and intelligent. These are stories that the world needs to know. These are stories that our young women need to know. So that is what my book is all about. It's about letting young women know that they do have the power. There have been people that have lived before them who have done this, and it is possible for them to do this as well as we head towards the conclusion of the Sustainable Development Goals, for which we only have 10 years to go. In fact, this year brings together a confluence of a lot of important anniversaries, both in the Western world and also in Africa. In the Western world, it marks 101 years in the UK of the women's vote, and 100 years of the women's vote in the USA. It also marks over 40 years since the United Nations Convention on the discrimination of all forms of, United Nations Convention on United Nations on United Nations Convention on the eliminations of all forms of discrimination against women. That was 41 years ago. And up to now, we can see that we still have not attained that 50-50 planet, which means this elimination is still going on. But more importantly, 20 years mark 25 years of the Beijing platform. And I remember Beijing, I was quite young when I joined the Commonwealth Secretariat, and we had a group of people that went to Beijing, but also I was reading the newspapers in Zambia. The Beijing platform brought out these women. When the women came out from there, they felt really empowered. In most African countries, women who never wore trousers before started wearing trousers. In some stories that I read in Africa, it broke marriages, because when the women came back from there, they said, yes, now we are equal to our men. And some of them took it literally and started asking their husband perhaps to wash the dishes or sweep or change the children. And this broke down a lot of marriages. But that was 25 years ago. And to think that now in the year 2030, we are still fighting for gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls. So for me, this is my contribution to the fight for gender equality and the achievement of gender equality, and of course the empowerment of women and girls around the world. That perhaps if young women can read this book and see all the inspiration that it has, can see how women from Catherine the Great up to Jacinta Ardern and Marin in Finland have handled this world. And of course, the emergence of Kamala Harris on the scene, perhaps then they would have hope, and they know that they can walk side by side. Remember, we are not trying to overtake the men. We are not trying to overtake the men. We are just trying to achieve a 50-50 planet where we can have in equal measure 50% of the feminine gender and 50% of the masculine gender on each and every high decision-making table that directs the direction of the world. So this book will make our young women and girls, it is my hope, to believe that they can walk hand in hand with their male counterparts to turn the tide and bring the world into the right direction that it needs to be. Thank you very much.
Wow, Amita, have you heard what I've heard?
Yeah, amazing. I mean, so humble, so humble. She has given this gift to the whole world, girls of the whole world, whether coming from emerging markets, whether coming from developed, countries, or from global north, global south. The message is to everyone. The glass ceiling is everywhere, and how wonderful she has given the central idea that what the book contains is a magic which will inspire and lead future leaders, millennials, and also people like us. So,
absolutely, absolutely. I mean, this was Dr. Mutale in her full excellency, like really speaking from the heart. And for me, I said it before, this book is timeless. And, Mita, the reason I say this is because the different personalities that are represented in the book. So we're going back into the time of Cleopatra and Catherine the Great, which is a woman that I swear, I mean, I grew up in Belgium. I went to school in Belgium, but I never found her in any history book, okay? And her leadership qualities were listed in her book. And also, I mean, we went all the way to the 21st century with Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris. And what I also love is it's not a single story. What I mean by single story, it's a book talking about all the women of the world. We normally only see one side. We only see probably role models from the West or role models from the US. And we don't often hear such great stories about women who look like us, women who are great women from Africa, great women from India. And yet there are examples of women who have led before us. And it's important for a young girl to look up to a woman that looks like you, say, hey, she did it. She did it. She looks like me. She's from my country, or maybe she's even from my village. If she can do this, then I can do it too. And so, the power of imagination and the power of visualization is really is crucial into the development of young women and young boys. And so for me, this book is timeless. It's just joining these other categories of, Think and Grow Rich and people like that. It doesn't matter. You read it today in 2020 and you read it in 3,000 years, the book is still gonna be relevant. So, I'm so emotional, but go on, Mita.
I just came to know that the book has just got to #1 in political leadership category on Amazon, and it deserves it. So I congratulations to Her Excellency Dr. Justina Mutale. The book has been already recognized as the political leadership category #1 on Amazon. It's again, as my colleague Fatimuta was mentioning, it's the book chronicles the remarkable achievements of iconic women leadership and how they've employed their mostly soft leadership skills to unleash remarkable transformation in their own life and those of others. So it provides profound insights for future leaders, for existing leaders, and pulling together politics, gender, economy, strategy, leadership, and geopolitics. And all the proceeds from the book will go towards Justina Mutale Foundation Scholarship Fund, where young women and girls from the disadvantaged communities in Africa, they get access to tertiary education around the world. And if you wish to support these efforts, then please go ahead and donate. This is your opportunity to give back to the world, to give back to the women and girls who are coming from underprivileged background. So this is your opportunity to take the chance and contribute via this book, which is a gift for them to look up to get inspired, and to reach those potential which they would have perhaps dreamt by looking on the media, television, hearing news. But this is now a manual which they can read. It's a compilation of all wonderful examples of what is needed for anyone to reach that status, because gender is a social construct, I would say. Gender is, imbibed in you after you're born, because there is nothing like gender unless, you think in those ways. So to go beyond gender is to look at this kind of personalities. And please support us, because we are supporting the underprivileged girls of Africa in getting tertiary education abroad, around the world. And your help, your fundraising is going to utmost right cause. You never know how you're helping future leaders, future female leaders, and how you're helping the underprivileged girls, which is our mission, to reach to them and to give them a vision, to give them a dream which they can fulfill and go beyond it and prove to the world. Because the gender parity, the contribution from women and girls throughout the world is going to balance the economical development as well, because all the skills are underutilized at the moment. And imagine the part which has been underutilized because women and girls are not getting that much of opportunity. If that is fully utilized, how much more prosperity and development will be economically as well seen in the world. So again, this is our utmost request to you. Please go ahead and donate, buy this book, and the proceeds are going to the scholarship fund. So thank you very much for your support. I know you all are going to, because there will be a link at the bottom of the screen which will be sharing about how you can donate. So now you would like to see probably what comes next is a wonderful panel of speakers, which my colleague Fatoumata Diallo is going to moderate. And so I would like Fatoumata to please come on the screen and start the next session of this program. So with Fatoumata, will be having quite a few dignitaries who will be joining and sharing their thoughts about this book and what they found was very striking feature of this book. So this book is not just going to be discussed by me and Fatoumata. It will be discussed by Ambassador Ahmed Shala, who is from the School of Strategic Leadership Studies, by James Madison, who is at James Madison University, USA, and he's also at the Leadership Foundation as well. So then we'll have from Kosovo, Mindy Gibbons Clean, who is CEO, and the book Midwife and Panoma Press UK will be, that's also, what Mindy Gibbons Clean, who is the CEO of the book Midwife and Panoma Press. I recently was in one of the conference where I heard her, and she's inspiring, amazing leader. And she discussed about how did she come to the name Panoma. It's very interesting. She got some ideas from the language, old language of India, which is Sanskrit, and then how she derived that. So we'll be listening from her as well. Then Dr. Ain Maslan Orex, his rector's plenipotentiary for Africa and Warsaw School of Economics, Poland. Then we'll have Dr. Clyde Rivers, founder and president of iChange Nations USA. So we'll
Thank you so much, Amita. Thank you, Dr. Justina Mutale. And before we throw ourselves into our first panel tonight, I just would like to remind you again, ladies and gents, please follow the example of Her Excellency, Dr. Fatoumata Tambajang, in supporting girls' education. I challenge all of us today to be able to send 50, what if I say 50 girls to go for next year? Or maybe 100 girls, or actually, shall I just leave it open? Because I believe that together we can, there's no limit as to how many girls we can send for next term. So please donate generously to the link that you're seeing on the screen below. Now, it is time for our first panel. I'm sure you're all sitting comfortably and that you're very excited to hear from our wonderful panel. And also, as we've been saying so far, that in this remarkable book, Dr. Justina Mutale submits the idea that women have the power to lead the world and mold it for better outcomes in the evolution of mankind. And joining me on this panel are, first of all, Mindy Gibbons-Klein, who is the CEO of the book Midwife and Panorama Press UK. Hello, Mindy. How are you? Welcome.
Thanks so much. I'm good.
Welcome, welcome. Next, joining us is Dr. Anna Maslon-Oraz, joining us from Poland and Warsaw School of Economics. Dr. Anna Maslon. Okay, she must be in the process of joining us. Also on this panel, we have Dr. Clyde Rivers, founder and president of iChange Nations from the US. Hello, Dr. Clyde Rivers.
Hello, how are you today?
I am super. Welcome. Welcome to you all. And Ambassador Ahmed Shala, I think he's held up, but he may join us later. So
I'm here.
Oh, you're here. Welcome. Welcome. So this is Ambassador Ahmed Shala from the School of Strategic Leadership Studies, James Madison University, joining us from the USA Leadership Foundation. Am I correct?
In fact, I am in Kosovo. I just arrived and I was struggling to arrive on time. So sorry for being late. I just arrived, but all is set. So I'm so happy to be with Justina and yourself, all of you friends. So
actually, let me reassure you, Ambassador Ahmed, you are not late, you are on time, because we're just about to rock the stage right now. So Dr. Anna is probably on the way, but we will kickstart and she will join us in a moment. So welcome to you all, wonderful panelists. And I would like to ask you, you've probably pre-read the book. We joined here by Mindy Gibbons-Klein, who is the owner of the publishing company of The Art of Iconic Leadership. And so I would like to throw on the table, what's your first insights from the book, and having heard Dr. Justina Mutale, so what's your first insights?
Do you want me to go first as the publisher?
Yes, please.
So we were very excited to publish this book. I've known Dr. Justina for a number of years, at least 5 or 6 years, and I couldn't believe the quantity and the diversity of the stories and the messages. And so, that's the first thing that jumped out. Obviously, she's, extremely intelligent, articulate, a big heart, and a great storyteller. So, everything about the book was perfect. At Panoma Press, our mission is to create books that change lives. So it fit right in with what we do. And in particular, 80% of the books that we publish are authored by people from underrepresented groups, because we're all about having more role models from different and diverse groups. And as we've been talking about already today, to show readers more and different and exciting possibilities. So, it had everything. It ticked all the boxes, and we're really excited. And to have it hit #1 already on launch day, that's just a blessing.
Indeed, that's a blessing, but also that shows, the quality. You said everything about this book is just excellent, is perfect. So when you have a killer product like this on the market, of course, it's going to put the fire in people. So I am so excited that's already hitting the, this level, just like within a couple of hours of being released. Wonderful. Thank you, Mindy. How about you, Dr. Clyde Rivers?
One of the powerful things about this book is it shows that ideas are not gender-based. Women can have ideas that are brilliant, and it really elevates the power of an idea. A woman with an idea has just as much value as a man with an idea. And the power of this book is the actual multiplicity of the women that have phenomenal ideas that have impacted the world. So it's time for that glass ceiling to end, and this book is a catalyst. So it's fantastic.
I absolutely love that. A woman with an idea is a weapon. A woman with an idea is a weapon. That's exactly what you said in other words. Thanks a lot, Dr. Clyde Rivers. Next, how about you, Ambassador Ahmed?
Well, it's very impressive. I think my vocabulary will be too poor to express my first feelings, to be honest, of reading her book. And I would like to congratulate to the publisher, but especially to Justina. I have met Justina in Poland at the international conference, and then she has participated at my conference here in Kosovo on leadership. And in fact, what I said on in a short note that I said after I read her book, I said, nothing surprises me. The book reflects exactly the inside of Justina, but not only. The book, in such a beautiful, beautiful way, expresses the heart of genuine leaders, no matter if that's a female. Of course, it characterizes, and intentionally the author wants to emphasize the power of the female leadership. But I would say this book is not only for females, it's for males, for everyone who feels the responsibility to others, and especially to those who are in need. And that's the role of leadership, I believe so. And Justina doesn't reflect that only in a book, but she reflects in her daily life, and that's really leading through an example. And that's beautiful when both the theoretical part and practical or living part meets. The book is genuine, and I really encourage anyone. I don't know how this could be used to go beyond what we are talking. Oops, bateria mal swipe. Hello? Are you there? Hello?
Okay. Hello? Okay. So how interesting was that? I mean, he shared such beautiful insight. He said the book was impressive. He said it reflects the personality of Dr. Justina Mutale, who is so genuine, and she is a living role model of this book. Nothing in there is theoretical or foreign to her. Every aspect, every theory in there, she lives it. And I genuinely mean she lives it. And I love what he said. It's not only for women, it is for everybody to read, just like for every girl to read. It is for every parent, whether you're a father, whether you're a mother. It is for everyone. There's something in there for everyone. So we've been joined by Dr. Anna Maslon from Poland, and we were just sharing our first insights about the book so far. So I'd love to hear, your initial thoughts about reading the book.
Good evening, everyone. We had a few problems with technical issues as usual, having like all the conferences online. So we all get used to it. Yeah, that's all those technical problems. So now I'm here with you guys. And just a few things. With Justina, Dr. Justina Mutale for many years right now. We've been together in New York on these women sessions in UN Women. And actually, Justina reflects for me like the three things, the three elements that good leader should have. There's positive relations, good judgment and expertise, and consistency. And within consistency, what Justina is doing, I'm inspired by her, even if we are more or less at the same age. But I'm always giving her as an example of how the woman could lead and inspires the others, and we can always count on her. And this book is absolutely with with profound, insightful remarks of how to lead and how to start a model role of the leadership. So as Ambassador said, this book is for everyone, not only for women, not only to inspire girls to become the better version of themselves, but it's, I would say that it's mostly also for the men to see how the women can lead and become the role model of the leadership. And in terms of consistency, Justina for me looks like, I really admire her. I'm with Justina Mutale Foundation for many years right now. I'm like also the member of the board of the foundation, and I would totally support everything what she's doing in terms of girls, women, as next year and next centuries for us girls and for us women, I would say. So men should read that book just to know what may happen for them as well, and what changes are becoming next. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Dr. Anna. There's a word that you said and that really captivated me, and that is consistency. And when you say consistency, you meant, her ideas are consistent with her actions. And I can testify that because I'm very close to her, and I can testify that she preaches her actions. It is a phenomenal lady who is leading from the heart. And the world needs people like that, people who lead from the heart. If we could multiply her, the world would definitely be a better place. And she went further. She always puts people first, but not only that, she put together this gift for us, this gift to inspire us, to motivate us, to be a role model for us, and to show to us, to open our eyes and to understand that it is possible. And it is not as complicated as, we tend to be shown on the mainstream media, but it is so simple as, soft skills. It's things that can be learned. It's things that can be acquired and is accessible to every single one of us. Look, I've been talking a lot, and I would like to thank you so much for all your wonderful insights and feedback on the book and the personality, the iconic personality of Dr. Justina Mutale. The first question I would like to put on the table here is, she submits the idea that women could be, they could do the job of men And also, in fact, they could do better than men. So they can do the same on equal footing, but even they could do better, they could generate better outcomes. What's your, do you agree with that? What's your point of view with that idea of her?
Fatoumata, if I may, I wouldn't divide the word, into like two parts, like men and women. Actually, we need to be together, and it's like the women, this yin yang energy is like we, in one body. So to say so, I would rather to encourage men to better understand us, and I would encourage us to better understand men, how to lead this quite complicated world, especially right now after, and in the middle of pandemic and after the pandemic time. We are not going to back to the times that we know, so we are going to create like totally different words. So maybe this is our chance to build up the better words together without any distinctions for men and women, and just to play this role model and set the good examples, as we are all here, and Justina is leading that good example, and we are follow her. She inspired us all of worldwide. So I would point that right now for the discussion.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot, Dr. Anna. And Dr. Clyde, I would like to ask, we've just heard Dr. Anna say, it's not really about putting in one pot men and women and make it look like we are doing, I don't know, a third world war. This is a question of having a balance, like a yin and a yang. So how can we shift the dialogue so, men can understand better women and women can learn to understand more or better men? What's your point of view on that? How can we have a better dialogue or some better communication or conversations so the one can understand more the other?
You know what? The one thing that I say, that the world works off gifts and talents. I tell people 7.8 billion people in the world, and they all have a contribution to make the world a better place. So this is my scenario. 7.8 billion people are called to actually solve 7.8 billion people problems. So when we look at the world through gifts and talents, the one that has the gift should be the one that has the right assignment. So as people are like marginalized and put on the side, that affects us all. The most scary word in our vocabulary is disadvantage, because disadvantage means not just the person, but it means their contribution is going to cause a deficit for someone else. So that's just some of my thoughts.
I mean, that is so brilliantly said. You're really looking at it from the perspective of, bringing your contributions to the table. What special gift do you have? What is your talent? And how can that solve the 7.8 billion problem that we have? I mean, I love that perspective that you're bringing on the table. Now, sometimes, we are blocked with, closed mindset. So, Dr. Amit, how can we change, in your point of view, how can we change people's mindset to understand that actually maybe we need to acknowledge that this world has got problems and multiple problems, but the solution can come from a woman. So as it can come from a man, it depends of who has the particular talent or the particular gift to solve that problem. How can we remove people's closed mindset? Dr. Amit? I think you're on mute. You are on mute. Okay.
Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. Do you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
So I had some interruption on the voice. I hope everything is okay now. Let me go back to your previous question. I mean, how we can start dialogue. I think dialogue should start first within ourselves, no matter woman or man. I think leadership is not about the gender. Of course, unfortunately, in our divided societies, the supremacy of the males is pretty, especially in some societies. But I believe that examples like Justina Mutale, our dear friend, that is beyond, that is the role of the leader, no matter is women or man. And that dialogue should start within ourselves, being that lady or man. And if we overcome those, how to say, concepts and cliches in our minds that has been created through generations, I believe that that will just go away. And this is an excellent example, like through writing these books. Although I would say for next she should go beyond a gender issue and make it a universal value, and not only for half of population. And I agree with Dr. If I may, here just reading Dr. and Clyde, that the responsibility to lower than to men is equal for everyone, and we are responsible not only for ourselves but for others. And this is something that I believe Justina, with her example, participating in different forums and writing books and presenting women in the highest capacity, intellectual, moral, I would say professional, and whatever, this will make us men feel that, hey guys, touch your head. We have absolutely no right to think that we are different, surely, but not necessarily that we have any higher responsibility or less responsibility. But we should look to each other as an equal. And in a how to say, emerging societies, of course, the role of the leaders is especially in a male-dominated societies, to open this. I am hoping to see in the Middle East that some male leaders have started to think differently, and women's role is hopefully will raise the voice. You don't need to wait for permission. I believe all of us, we should fight for our own rights, but also understanding that we all have to understand the competition, not based on gender, but based on the qualities that all of us represent within ourselves and towards others.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot, Dr. Amit. I mean, I love this panel. I think I have such expertise, such talent on this table, and we could just continue until tomorrow. And you brought, a great explanation on how we can have better dialogue on the table to ensure that no one is left behind. So, Mindy, from your point of view and your experience, how can we move forward? How can we leave those cliches behind and build stronger foundations for women and men and boys and young girls to build stronger foundations for the 21st century to ensure that everyone's voices are incorporated, everyone's voices are taken into account?
Yeah, thank you so much. This is a question of thoughtful leadership. So this is what I'm campaigning for every day of my life. This is what our publishing company is doing. Thoughtful leadership means thinking about things and looking at things, and if it's something is not right, then considering whether we can put it right and what it would take to put it right. And sometimes we have a situation where it's not right that for hundreds of years we have been in this patriarchal, male-dominated society, white privilege. It's a fact of life, and the only way to level the playing field is to overcompensate, perhaps, and to give more opportunities. So I can hear so much shuffling. It's not me. Give more opportunities to those who in the past had fewer opportunities. And, the phrase that we use and the reason why we decided to set our 80% initiative, 80% of the books we publish are authored by women and people from the Black and minority ethnic, LGBTQ plus disabled people. You can call them marginalized, but they're just underrepresented. And until there's a level playing field, then we keep going with that. So I don't think there's anything wrong with giving women an extra chance. Dr. Ahmed, I really like what you're saying. However, I don't think it's possible to say to women, you know, stand up for yourself. It needs an extra effort. And that's what books like this do. And that is what the organizations that we are part of, and I know we're all coming from the same place, this is our work, is to do whatever it takes to level that playing field and to call out areas where opportunities are not being distributed equally, and to show the positive examples. The book is very positive. This is what I love about Dr. Justina's language and the way she describes things. She's not ranting and raving. She's not angry. She's not, you know, you get some of these books and it's off-putting. So together with these positive examples, so I think it's absolutely right that there is a whole book all about women, or mostly about women, because that's what we need to overcompensate and to level that playing field from hundreds of years where it definitely wasn't level, and it still isn't level. And that's how I feel about it.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mindy. I really love the idea of, you know, of thoughtful leadership, like questioning the status quo, challenging the status quo, like doing a lot of analysis to understand, well, what's not going right here and what can we do to support that? And I love the fact that your business actually support or fight for diversity, because really the world is a diverse world. There's not only one, you know, we only see one side of the coin, and the world is at its best when we recognize everyone, you know, from all diverse backgrounds, from all diverse talents. Everyone has got something to bring, and I absolutely love that. Now, talking about, you know, thoughtful leadership and also looking at the world generally, you know, for the past 100 years, we've seen a lot of initiatives and affirmative actions to advance gender equality and empower women. We've seen the Beijing platform, we've seen CEDAW. I was probably a young teenager when the Millennium Development Goals came about. They were concluded just 5 years ago. Now we're into 17 more goals, the Sustainable Development Goals. If we only 10 years left to the conclusion of the Sustainable Development Goals, and almost, really, I'm not exaggerating, but almost 100 years. And when we look at the result, we realize that we are very far from achieving, and it looks like what we haven't achieved in 75 years. How can we achieve those in just 10 years? And the world is yet entering into another turmoil with, you know, with COVID. So, you know, what legacy are we preparing for young girls and young boys in 2030? And what can we do differently to accelerate the pace of change? And we can really see some results and have some real hope that this is going in the real direction. What are your thoughts, Dr. Clyde Rivers?
My thing is, we have to have equity of opportunity. People always talk about equality. I said, that's fantastic. Equity of opportunity. People just need to have the opportunity. And many institutions, they talk about equality. And I tell people, I said, I talk about equality, and they talk about everyone has equal. I'm going, it'll never be everybody has equal, because everybody's gifted differently. So we have to open up the opportunity so people can go and be what they're called to be and shine. So it isn't equity of things. It's equity of opportunity will allow me to be innovative to create what needs to change. So I believe equity of opportunity is what we need to push for.
Wow, that is so brilliant, and that is so true. And I think I think I completely agree with you, Dr. Clyde Rivers. If we could ever achieve equality in any way, we would have achieved that thousands of years ago. But, it's like we're putting the focus into the wrong thing, into the thing that's not really gonna bring about any result. But if we take that instead and we focus into equity of opportunity, tapping into people's real talent and see what they can bring on the table, then we will maybe see a difference. How about you, Dr. Ahmed? What do you think?
I lost you. If you could repeat just the question, because I lost you for a second or two.
So the question was, how can we prepare a better legacy for the girls and the young men and the young boys, knowing that we've got only 10 years left to achieve or to close the Sustainable Development Goals, which we have never achieved anyway in almost 100 years of, fight, revolution, whatever we want to call it. Like, how can we better prepare the ground, or what can we do differently to ensure we get some result within the 10 years left?
Well, I think this is a very open-ended question, but and this is surely open-ended effort for all of us. I think that it's somehow in our own subconscious to all of us that the past structures, and which this is something that we should not allow ourselves to go into the trap, that being that gender difference or being geographical difference will be more or less in the same pattern as it is. The globalization gives to everyone opportunity. I was amazed. I am coming back just from a 6 days training and so on with some friends. And I was amazed with some initiatives globally that probably 10 years ago or 20 years ago, this will be mission impossible. The technology that offering us, the young generation are amazing. I have met just a young man who is doing a boom in the connecting across the world with some small in its appearance initiatives, but this will be a revolution of youth and technology, and I truly believe that opportunities for those who've been undermined based on some, old patterns are gone. And here, I wouldn't say are gone, but a totally different platform for opportunities globally are on our hands right now. And I believe that for the decision makers, just enabling young people to access to the almost free education now, right? If you see John Bezos and others, why? I'm an educator myself. I do teach, and I have my own school, and so on and so that. And I will never go into that extreme kind of part that education now is for free. Of course, every government needs to put money in a classical way of education, but I believe that opportunities are never in history of humanity were so free and so accessible. I just hope that leaders will understand that, and us will be able to, in a very simple way, to encourage young people to more or less go beyond the classic way of thinking about education and thinking of making themselves more competitive for a global market.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot, Ambassador Ahmed, for bringing the issue of education on the table. And in fact, today we are also doing a fundraiser for the Justina Mutali Foundation scholarship program. And I would like to redirect the question to Dr. Anna. Do you feel that we are leveraging enough the positive side of globalization to actually, ensure that we are educating, we are giving more opportunities to underprivileged students from around the world, whether it be Africa, South America, or Asia? So, what has been your experience with the Warsaw School of Economics, and what was your model there? Like, what was the programs?
Thank you, Fatoumata, for that question. I think that especially right now with that what Ambassador said about digitalization of the world and globalization, this free access to education is even easier through all these online learning courses. And this is like the kind of opportunity, paradoxal, we can get from the COVID pandemic, that we all thinking and having all these online courses, that never before we get used to it. For all of us, it's like, quite normal thing right now. Even if we are having the all semesters, like winter semester, summer semesters online, and the next semester is also going to be online. And we can provide the same courses, like having sit here from Warsaw, I can teach, young girls everywhere, if we can just provide them the access to internet and to the energy, actually. Yeah, as I know that in most part in Africa, they have, the good internet connections, but sometimes they don't have the access to the energy, to charge their batteries, and that's the issue, and that's the problem. It's not the internet anymore. So even if, like Sir Clyde says, that we are all, gifted with the different talents and stuff like that, I wouldn't say that even if we are gifted, we have the same opportunity everywhere. Imagine if you just, were born in the rural area somewhere in the middle of the jungle, and even if you are gifted, and if you don't have that access or opportunity to show to the words that you are gifted in a certain way, you wouldn't do anything. So I think that our role model is just to build up the kind of the ecosystem. Especially right now, we can be, especially right now, just today started the first hackathon, which is actually organized by African Union and European Union, supported by African Development Bank. And actually, I'm the part of this hackathon at the same time while I'm here with you guys. And we are all 300 different teams from across the world. We are thinking, and we are going to create, like, each team is going to create like different solutions for Africa, actually, in different topics. And me with my team, we are going to create the platform for the job security that can really leverage the underprivileged girls from the rural areas with the access to education, with the access to get the first job and stuff like that. Yeah, so those all changes are happening right now, and this is our role model to build up this ecosystem for all those gifted people across the world to show us that they can that they are gifted, actually. Yeah, and through all these online platforms with this education, I truly believe that we can do it. And with the good examples of, just like Justina Mutale Foundation and the others foundations that are operating, that I know that we all cooperated, this is our model to change the world. And I think that it's more in the hands of the foundations that can work with, certain governments, okay, to solve different issues. Because we are working on the ground. We know the people. We know who is gifted, who is not gifted. Governments, the ministers, the politicians, they don't know, who is gifted. They're somewhere in the rural areas. They don't know it. We know that because we are there. Okay, so I think that we need to connect with different, foundations, like the Justina Mutale Foundation. We need to donate because we know that she's doing, great job, and we need to, get the access to the different scholarship and to universities for all gifted women or girls, actually, across Africa right now. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot, Dr. Anna. You've been fab, and I do agree with you. I mean, one of the great things that COVID did was an opportunity of fast forwarding into the future, like the digitalization of pretty much everything, the digitalization of the education, and building this whole new ecosystem. So this whole new ecosystem to hopefully reach everyone, even those that were usually unreachable. So final question that I would like to direct to Mindy is, for a company like yours and, being a publishing company in the 21st century, working with a lot of diverse, the diverse groups, what would be your role in this new ecosystem to ensure that, people are educated and they get to know about your input, because you're really contributing in changing people's mindset. I mean, there's the curriculum at school, but what you bring to the table is really important. I often find I'm an avid reader. I love to read, and the things that I read by myself, it's such empowering information, and it's the kind of things you will never learn in school. So you definitely have great contributions that you bring to the table there. So what's your part in this whole new ecosystem?
So thank you for that question. I'm going to include all my colleagues here on the panel, not just me, because yes, we publish books, but we all publish every day. And I have to remind everybody listening, not just us on the panel, that we know that with a position of power comes the responsibility. And we are in a position to give voice to others. And whether we're doing blogs, articles, speaking, videos, whether we're doing conferences like this, and yes, publishing books, there are many ways in which we are getting our ideas out there. And more importantly, opening the door and giving more opportunities, that equity of opportunity to others. I mean, our philosophy in my company is very clear. If someone feels that left to chance, they're not given a fair chance, then they're right. If they feel that left to chance, they are not given a fair chance, they are right, because that's the way they feel. And we have to address that and redress that. And that's what I spend my life doing. But it doesn't just have to be me. Every single one of us, every day, is making decisions. We have budgets, and we need to consider and be thoughtful about where we're putting our time and effort, and whether certain groups or certain individuals need an extra effort or extra budget, extra chances to get their voices heard. And so that's my passion, is making sure that everybody's voices are being heard. We don't publish thousands of books every year. We publish 25 or 30 books a year. Every single one has to count. And obviously the one we're talking about tonight is particularly important, because through Dr. Justina's words, many other voices are being heard, actions of women across the centuries and across the globe. So we can all do this. This is what I'm saying. Every day, we can open a door and choose to invite somebody in, and somebody who feels that left to chance, they're not always given a fair chance.
Thank you, Mindy, and thank you for the wonderful work that you're doing, giving voice to the voiceless through, the Panorama Press and also the book Midwife. Now, ladies and gents, like, this panel has been so inspiring. We could really go up to tomorrow, or we could continue talking forever. Like, unfortunately, actually, I'm not going to say unfortunately, because this was really interesting. There's another awesome panel coming up right after this. But before that, we're just going to go around, and I would like to have your final thoughts, on the topic of leadership, and also about the book and the importance of education. So what are your final thoughts, your final comments, starting with Ambassador Ahmed?
Again, I had some interruption, but I think you said, what is the role of leadership? Is that the final
Yeah, so your final comments, your final thoughts, comments that you would like to bring to the table in the topic of leadership, education, and also the book, which is the reason why we are here, we are gathered here today.
Well, if I would say anything more what has been said, it would be pretty too long to go around and about. But I truly believe that in that book, anybody who wants to read, and I don't want to make just a marketing for that, but really touched my heart. I read it, I believe, a month ago or more, but I still do have some fresh impressions about that. And I just encourage anyone to not only read that book, but reflect about what Justina Mutale's mission, I would say, has been articulated through that book. And the mission is just helping not only women from Africa, and especially for her beautiful country, but also helping everyone who feels responsibility for change. And change come through believing in yourself, and change come through a very clear vision on your power inside. And I believe Justina has expressed through her book beautifully. And be humble, as she is, is reflecting it through not only her book, but her life in every position that she is. And no matter position is not about, leadership is not about position. We should not wait from the leaders who are running the country or a company to change. We should feel the responsibility as leaders in every position that we are, no matter if we are women at home, or someone in a company, in the military, or in a publishing house, or a rector of university in Poland. This is not about position, it is about the influence. And I believe that Justina and I believe some of us or all of us are trying to influence everyone who make different things, and not only make things that has been traditionally assigned to someone. And that is a revolution that I believe is within our inside. I just came from that conference, and one of the speakers said 85% is psychology and the rest is the rest, I would say. So if we believe in ourselves, if we believe that we are all created to the Lord equally, and have some responsibility for others who has less opportunity, although that is debatable, I believe that that's what will fulfill the mission of, or better saying, the message of Justina that is trying to do. So
thank you.
That's what I have to say. Yeah.
Thank you, Ambassador. That was so brilliantly said. Thank you. Like you've said it so well. Like if I try to, I'm just gonna mess it up. So I would stay there. Thanks a lot. How about you, Dr. Anna?
Well, I think that all great things has been said already. So just to point it out that I totally agree with Mindy that we should have the door open for everyone, and we need to and that no one can stand up for themselves, and we really need to be responsible for that, especially if we are such privilege right now that we are serving different positions and serving different roles in our societies, and that we understand and following the Justina Mutale example, like she's the African Woman of the Year 2012. I think that this positive relationship, good expertise and consistency, that Justina is like the role model of that. We should follow that. And this book is not only like the good, inspiring example of different, women leadership model, but also that open the mindset or changing the mindset, I would say, like changing the mindset of the people across the world. And as Ambassador says, it's not only for Africa, but the people across the world should read it. And I would definitely recommend that book for my students, as I'm also the teaching the kind of leadership at Warsaw School of Economics. So yeah, thank you for invitation and to give that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anna, for your input. And last,
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Last but not least, a wonderful Mindy. What are your final thoughts, your final comments?
So here's something very interesting about books, because every time somebody reads a book and recommends it to someone else, they are being a leader. So I'm just not talking to everybody in this panel or everybody even who's watching the broadcast, but everybody who reads the book. If they go that one step further and they post on social media and they go to the effort of writing a short review on Amazon and Goodreads and LinkedIn, and they help spread the word, then the book gets into more hands, the people who need to read it, the people who need to hear the messages. So I think, Ambassador Ahmed, that we do need to do promotion and marketing because Dr. Justina is quite humble. We need to help. So as the publisher, I am asking everybody to do a review on Amazon and shout about it on LinkedIn. Tell your friends, buy copies for your friends and your students. Thank you, Dr. Anna. You and I will have a chat. And every college and every political sciences, economics, and politics course around the world. And this way the message gets into a lot more people's hearts and minds. And this is how we do it. Each one of us telling a few people. And in that way, we're all being leaders. So I'm not doing anything. I'm just producing the book and encouraging others and then disseminating that through a very, very large network. So thank you so much for being part of that network.
You know, Mindy, what you said is actually just referring back to what Dr. Clyde was saying. Ladies and gents, this is your contribution. You know, like reading the book and spreading the word around you, in your household, around your family, in your neighborhood, in your community. That's your contribution. But not only that, you don't know what you're doing. You're actually empowering a young girl who's waiting right now to be able to go and pursue the tertiary education. That is probably the most exciting and most fulfilling part for me. Not only you're growing your mind, you know, you are opening light bulbs in your head, but also you're giving the chance, you're holding the hand of a girl who probably have no more hopes but this, to make their dream a reality. So please go crazy. That's all I can tell you. Go crazy. Don't be shy. And Ambassador, you wanted to say something.
Yes, in fact, two things. I don't know how can we maximize our contribution to Dr. Mutale Foundation, and not only, but wider. And I was thinking, I remember what I did when I was Minister of Finance together with U.S. government. We have signed a fund for giving scholarships to students sending to United States for a master and PhD. And that was really a transformational for a poor country as Kosovo is. And we are trying to continue that. But I think if we can do something just in a reverse side, you know, just contributing to our own example, myself, Dr. Anna, Mindy, the other, all of not only our panel, but others, and not only contributing to foundation and giving scholarships, but giving ourselves our time and energy to students in Africa and whatever, and going there instead of sending 10 students to United States or Germany or United Kingdom. If we go 10 of us to wherever is needed, being that online or being that is, I believe it's a much higher kind of utilization and contribution to those who are in need. And I was thinking we have a school of foreign languages here. I have established with my wife some 25 years ago, and I am offering courses surely we will offer courses for free for whatever initiatives Justina will bring. And I want to also offer some courses on leadership that I am organizing with some friends in our Leadership Academy. So these are my modest but contribution. And surely I will recommend your book, Justina's book, to my students and whatever I can. That's no doubt. But I'm just thinking about Africa. I'm thinking about, how can we, Dr. Ann and myself and those who are from the sphere of economics and public policies, help those countries to really transform and maximize the penny to those who are in need, and I'm available to give my best contribution I can. So those 2 or 3 things, I don't know if has been articulated properly, but I am touched by her initiative and for all of you. And Mindy, congratulations for this brilliant book. I hope that this will not remain. I want to volunteer also that I can recommend to somebody in Japan. I have served as an ambassador to Japan and maybe even translate in Japanese. So let's think much wider than Africa, and hopefully this book will become a bestseller globally.
Look, Ambassador, if we were in the same room, like actually we're just gonna shake hands virtually. We're all gonna shake hands and hugs virtually. Absolutely. I mean, this is really what I love. We are sitting on this table and we are all genuine people. We are all here gathered because we have the same mission. We are, you are all leading by example. We're, it's the little idea that it's your contribution, is everybody who can bring in a little bit that will make the big thing happen. I love all of the ideas that you brought on the table, and I guarantee you, Dr. Justina Mutale and her team and myself, we're going to follow up with you so we can put that on the table. We can organize for that visit to happen in Africa, because that is as powerful as, the opposite, sending somebody to the US or to the West to get their education. Like having that dialogue, that exchange is as impactful as the other side into the young people's minds. So we've got to put this together, and I can only thank you. I wish we could continue until tomorrow, this conversation. You've been fabulous. It was my delight to be with every single one of you. It was very powerful. Thank you for lifting me up with all of your expertise. I am grateful. Thank you for joining us. And to the wonderful participants who are watching us, I pledge you to continue. Please get your copy today. Get your copy today and gift it to your 2, 3, 5 best friends and get the word out there. Like this Christmas, don't just gift for the sake of gifting. Gift to empower. Gift to empower and uplift. And this is your chance to do it. This is the book of the season. Do not go by this year without getting the book of the season. Ladies and gents, thanks a million. Thank you, Mindy. Thank you, Ambassador. And thank you, to Dr. Anna and Dr. Clyde Rivers. I would like now to close this panel, although if I could, I wouldn't. And I'm going to invite back my colleague, Meeta Joshi, board member of the Justina Mutale Foundation, onto the stage. Thank you, Mindy. Thank you, Ambassador.
Thank you. Thank you so much. God bless you.
God bless.
Hello, my name is Taonga Kandiwo, and I'm a student under the Justina Mutale Foundation in partnership with the New Seasons Youth Program. I'm 21 years old and I come from Zambia. Currently, I'm a sophomore studying biochemistry with a minor in mathematics at Claflin University in the United States of America. Though in the future, I hope to study chemical engineering because I believe it's at the forefront of human development. And with this degree, I would be able to gain the knowledge and experience I need to go back home and actually make the difference I would like to make. My experience while being here in the US has been great. I've been able to meet new people, both Americans and international students who would also like to make a difference in their communities. So they've helped encourage me and helped me improve myself as a person and academically. And the highlight, I think, was last summer when I was able to conduct research under one of my professors on nonlinear optical materials. It was great because I was able to have laboratory experience while I was also able to meet other students from other universities who are also pursuing a degree in STEM. My ambitions for the future are to first of all gain a master's and a PhD in chemical engineering, and to also go back home and encourage other girls to pursue a degree in STEM. I'd also like to help develop my community, so I would like to either start a firm or to work for the government to achieve that. And the Justina Mutale Foundation has helped me by realizing my dream of first of all studying here, while also meeting other students under the program, because they have helped me in the times that I felt like I was homesick, and they've also got the same dreams and aspirations as I do. So it's really great to meet other students who feel the same way I do. Please donate to the Justina Mutale Foundation so that they can help other girls and other African students come to study abroad, so that they can realize their dreams and go back home and make the change that they'd like to.
I'm Ayati Ocha. I'm from India. I moved to America when I was 6 years old. My grandparents live in a remote area in North India, Kushinagar. My dream is to become a doctor when I grow up. I want to be a doctor because I saw many people in the remote area of India not having access to medical facilities or a doctor. In case it is available, these facilities are so costly to many people that they cannot afford it. I want to use technology in the medical field to make facilities accessible to the common people. Also, I will make families and people happy by taking their pain and suffering away. I will help the world in my own way by discovering new diseases and telling the world how to prevent it. I will help the people who are indisposed. When I'm a doctor, I will never ignore a patient in need. I will also help the invisible. Of course, there might be challenges in achieving my dream. There might be a medical school that will be hard to get into. People might judge you if you're a girl. There might be a very frustrating test. And it'll be also hard not getting distracted and funding my education. But you know what? If you believe in yourself, you'll be able to achieve your dream no matter what. Thank you very much.
The past few months have given me a lot of time to think about how it feels to be me. At its best, it feels bright and shining, and it's like walking through gold. At its worst, it feels like I'm carrying the world on my shoulders. And I know many people can relate to this feeling of putting your weight in gold.
Black dust in orbit crashes down like a parachute. Bricks on my shoulders. This gravity hurts when you know the truth. I'm pulling my weight in gold. Call me anxious, call me broke. I can't live this on my own. I'm pulling my weight in gold. Call me anxious, just call me broke, but I can't live this on my own. We dreamt like martyrs. I never thought I was bold enough. You push me farther, baby. I'll take the pain for the both of us. I'm pulling my weight in gold. Call me anxious, call me broke, but I can't live this on my own. I'm pulling my weight in gold. Call me anxious, call me broke, but I can't live this on my own. Oh, universe, hold me up. Tried your best, was it ever enough? No, no. When it's already dragging me down, I'm pulling my weight in gold. Call me anxious, call me broke, but I can't live this on my own. I'm pulling my weight, baby. Call me anxious, call me broke, but I can't live this on my own.
Wow, what a wonderful panel and wonderful entertaining music and lovely videos of GMF candidate who has aspirations to do PhD in chemical engineering and that little girl who wants to be a doctor. So now this brings me to the next panel, which is the young panel and youngsters, the rising leaders. So I have pleasure in introducing my next set of panelists, who is going to give us more insight about the book and how their journey has been and how the book is going to be useful to them and how they can relate to the book as well. So with me, I'll be having Boikanyo Finyo, who is lifestyle specialist. Hello.
Hey, Meta, how are you doing?
I'm fine. How are you?
Awesome.
Yeah. So we will be listening from you. I'm also going to have Srishti, who is a graduate lawyer from India. Hi, Srishti.
Hi. How are you all?
I'm fine. It must be too late in India, I'm sure.
It is, but I'm really pumped up. I'm so excited for it.
Okay, then we have Anna Maria Rozek, who is a young female politician from Poland.
Hello.
Hi, Anna. How are you?
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too. And we have Sharina Miller, who is ambassador for Justina Mutale Foundation, UK. So we'll have one more person joining us. And Epi. Hi, Epi. How are you? Epi Mabika, who is herself an author and...
Hello. Hi.
Hi, Epi. Can you hear me? Hello. Hi, Epi. So Epi Mabika is author, speaker, and book and publishing consultant. And I would like to add that Dr. Boikanyo Finyo is also an author. So we have two authors on the panel. And if I'm not mistaken, are there any more authors? Then let me know. But there are at least 2 authors on the panel. So what is, I'll throw the question, quite an open discussion, I would say, that I would like to know your views about the book. What struck you the most? Because there are so many wonderful personalities according to the characteristics. They have been split into various areas of courage, compassion, resilience, and the first 2 chapters on leadership. So what was striking you the most? Who would like to take it first? Yes, yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, great. Welcome to our viewers. Welcome, everyone. I feel privileged to be part of this book release, masterclass, and scholarship fundraiser visual event organized by the Justina Muitale Foundation for Leadership. I am also part of the Justina Muitale Foundation for Leadership. I'm based in London, here in London. It's amazing to see myself in a pool of young people. Just to clarify to the audience, I am Generation X. I'm not among the millennials and Generation X. This is more Generation Z for me. Yes. Okay. I enjoyed reading this amazing book, The Art of Iconic Leadership. I like to reread and read my books so that the message can sink in. And this book is designed for that, for you to reread it. And in her book, Justina Muitale starts by saying women are the backbone of humanity. Indeed, I agree. Women run the world. Won't we, ladies? Don't we run the world? Of course we do. And this book is an inspiration for the future generation of women leaders because, and I quote from the book, she says, they will need to master the courage, to cultivate the character and acquire the skills and confidence needed to command respect and authority for effective and influential participation in the global agenda. For me, I am more drawn to chapter 17 in the book, The Power of Millennials. Because we are in the age of millennial leadership. They take the center stage of global attention right now, in case you haven't noticed. And I'm glad I'm placed with the young people here. I feel privileged. My daughter is the next generation, Generation Z. Generation Z, they are learning from and following the millennials. They are starting to rise through the ranks themselves. So this chapter 17 talks about these 2 powerful leaders, powerful millennials, which is Jacinda Ardern. At the age of 37, she was the 3rd female and the youngest prime minister of New Zealand. The 2nd head of state in the history of the world to have given birth to a child while in office. That was amazing, reading that. She has been hailed as an embodiment of the best attributes of her people of New Zealand, which include optimism, common sense, approachability, and empathy. And the 2nd woman, Sanna Marin, at the age of 34, she became the world's youngest prime minister, the 3rd woman to lead Finland. How amazing is that? She heads a coalition government in which 5 parties lead, in which there are 5 parties which are led by women. Her cabinet is dominated by women. What a historic moment. What a historic moment for Finland. Finland has all female leaders. Amazing.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, that's amazing. I'll say more later. I'm just passionate. Yes.
Yeah, no, go ahead. No, we enjoying what you're saying. You're saying it.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay, all right. I was talking about Finland. In 2019, women won a record 93 seats in Finland's 200-seat parliament, reaching 47% of that, and of that body. You know, Finland, even though Finland has done very well, and it's still lagging behind when it comes to minority representation. That's how I feel. Sanna Marin's coalition government has 5 white, educated females. The cabinet has only 1 black MP, Miss Bella Forsgren from the Green Party. I will close with this. I like the quote by Tarja Halonen. Tarja Halonen is Finland's first female president from 2000 to 2012. She said, and I quote, "It is not the person who breaks the glass ceiling, but it is the people who follow." And I totally agree. The way I understand it, you need the person who will break the glass ceiling, yes, but you also need all the people who will follow. Back to you, Mita.
Yeah, that's excellent point you made at the end, that because once the glass ceiling is broken, so many opportunities are there, and who is to follow is the big question, and that is what should happen. And I would like to introduce Sharina Miller as well, because sorry, when we introduced, you were not there. Welcome on board for this to this panel. Sharina, what we were talking about is what to all the panelists, and we started with Boikanya, but anyone can take the next next opportunity to speak. What impressed you the most in the book, which was a chapter you liked the most, and how your journey you can relate to the book as well. So who would like to go next? Over to rest of the panelists, please. Anna or Epi? Or Sharina?
Okay, so I can go. What I really liked was chapter 13, which spoke about the power of intellect. I've got the book right in front of me here. And the first quote is very grabbing. It says, "Investing in women is smart economics, and investing in girls, catching them upstream, is even smarter economics." And this is by Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. So what I really appreciate about Justina's book is that she is embodying what iconic leadership is. Being part of also the Justina Foundation, I have lived experience and first-hand experience of what Justina, the kind of leadership, iconic leadership that Justina has. We've been to the United Nations together, Commission on the Status of Women. We've been to the Houses of Parliament numerous times. I've spoken on her panels as well. And I see the iconic leadership in action. And what I know about good leaders is that they create other leaders as well. They don't just lead people, but they ensure, like we always like to say, to send the elevator back down. And I see that Justina really embodies that through and through. So the book is very authentic in the sense that it's not just based on research, which research is also good to back up, but it's experiential knowledge. So she is speaking from a vantage point of a leader who actually is living what she's talking about. She's walking the talk. So I find it very authentic, and I find that it's a book that's transgenerational in the sense that you've got all your leaders from the past, and also recent leaders, even like Kamala Harris, that we can relate to. And like you say, Boikanya, looking at the millennial generation and Gen Z, they know who that is. They might not know who Indira, Mahatma Gandhi were, but then they'll be able to relate as well to the iconic leaders of our times. And it's a book that you can't just read one time and down. You have to keep using it. It's like a reference Bible where everything stays relevant throughout. So Justina, I'm really, really proud of this book. And for me, I'm a publishing consultant and author myself, and from a professional standpoint, this has been excellently written, and I know that it will be a global phenomenon that every single girl should have, and I'll try to ensure that in my organization as well, every single girl and boy will have access to that book as well, because it's got so many wisdom nuggets and so much that you can learn from it.
Wow, lovely, Happy. Yeah, so everyone should have it, and it's eternal because the examples are taken from Cleopatra, from also the Swedish queen as well. So it's been taken, and it reminds me of a couple of examples which I can relate to. Is there was a queen called Jhansi Ki Rani, the Queen of Jhansi, and she was also very remarkable Indian queen. Probably Shishni would know more about it, so she really can talk about that. But yeah, over to you, panel, who would like to express their views about their favorite chapter and their journey alongside, your take on what Justina has done as a means of giving this gift to the world.
I think I can go if that's all right.
Yeah, sure.
Good evening. Good evening. I would begin off by wishing the biggest congratulations to Her Excellency Dr. Justina Mutale, ma'am, to this official launch of a book on this extremely important day today, where we celebrate human rights today. I think the book really collects fruitful experiences and shared legacies that we, the younger generation, are looking up to. And there was this one thing that I can definitely take on from it is the fact that women are natural born leaders and that we have the capability to do anything in this world. This is the utmost message that the book has carried within it through different experiences and reflections of female world leaders that have only significantly inspired us, and they've pushed us to be the torchbearers of their courage and hard work. I think it's a journey full of lives and the works of leaders who were ordinary women with big dreams and hopes for their nations, and who led the world in the most graceful manner, and they molded it in a better place to live in. The little pieces of knowledge and wisdom were also the only source of inspiration, encouragement, and hope for us that possibly we'll be carrying at every juncture of our lives. And I must say that the book has only lent its voice in the continuous momentum of this call to engage more female leaders in taking on the world. I personally feel that in order to be a leader, one does not require to be handling a big or a large group, but it begins off from the small sectors itself, including our families, our schools, and other institutions as well. So the idea of leadership should be inculcated and encouraged in every girl from a very young age. And I think that that's the biggest takeaway that I can take away from the book and from the session. It's an amazing session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shrishti. Yeah, it's you said in a nutshell that it is going to be inspiration for all the girls from very young age. So the earlier they are introduced to it, the faster will be their progress in realizing their potential. Because what I say is that, gender is a social construct. There's nothing like gender. When we are born, we are human beings, and then it's put into our system through the society, the cultural upbringing, that you are girl, you are not boy, you can't do this, you can't do that. But right from young age, I have tried to break that naturally. And so it's as even Epi was saying that, it's Justina's lived experience. So the way she has pulled out the best of all these iconic leaders, it's such a wonderful compilation for anyone to progress. So anyway, I would like to now hand over to one of the panelists, please.
So I can talk now.
Yeah, Anna, yeah, please, yeah.
So generally, I would like to say that I'm very happy that book like this appear and that Justina wrote it, because she's like very good example of a leadership. She was also a person who appeared in the Forbes. And also she's very active worldwide. So she's a person who generally is worldwide recognized, and she's very successful. So she's a very good example for young women to look on her. So I'm very happy that she wrote this book. But generally, what I get from this book is about leadership, but at kind of that, of course, as a woman, like we should be treated equal and everything, but as well, we should be a people who gain this power and everything by their successful appearance in the workplace, and that our quality should work with our gender, and we should like be treated equal, but in the way that we really work for our position. Because I think it's not anything worse to be saying, oh, she got the position because she's a woman. And I think that what Justina is learning us, that of course we're women, we should fight for our position, but as well our knowledge, and everything should come with our appearance. So I think like, of course, like we should be ambitious and very hardworking. We should fight for our seat in the table, but as well, we should always think every day how we appear in the front of others, and we should always like work to be a better version of ourselves every day.
Thank you. Very, very, very well said. And it's very true that, we have to have that within ourselves. And that's what Justina as a role model is showing by means of the book and by means of the way you have also, had experienced being with her. So I would like to now ask our next speaker, Sharina, please.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Firstly, I'd like to say thank you for this opportunity to be on this platform with such esteemed speakers and dignitaries. You are all incredible. And of course, thank you to Dr. Justina Mutale. And congratulations on your book being #1 in the category for political leadership. Back to your question, Mita Joshi, you said that the question was, what was my favorite chapter? Now, I'm going to be honest, I have not completed the book, but I will do, and it will become a book that I will study, and it will be a reference to my growth and into my leadership and how I can lead in the world. But what I would like to say is that I've read chapter 3, and chapter 3 is the power of vision. And Dr. Justina, she has highlighted the journey of Dr. Maya Angelou, and I'm sure you are all familiar with this the amazing poet, the writer, the esteemed, distinguished, leader of her time. And I think that if Justina didn't have a vision, we would all not be able to be on this platform today, and being part of as a young member of the Justina Mutale Foundation, and for her having her vision, it has enabled us to come together and to walk in the direction of where we want to go, and we can lead in our own vision. And I'm very much humbled and honored to be a part of that history. In years to come, we will be able to look back on the footsteps and the imprint that we are making on our journey and where it is that we want to go. And so I just wanted to share that we have to have a vision for ourselves and to articulate that, the world is built upon the strength of a woman, and no nation can rise higher than its woman. And behind every great woman is her tribe. And I'm proud to say that I come from a tribe of women leaders. I am a part of the Justina Mutale tribe. I am proud as a young African Caribbean woman to say that I have a legacy and I have a history of women who have championed and have built nations and have built society up, and been a part of that today. So this book is literally the political Bible, the Bible of political leadership. And I will continue to share this book with my community and within the community, and learn from the history of the women in the book. And and continue to build myself up from the example that's been set by each and every one of you. And I'm very honored and humbled to be a part of this panel today. And thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Sharina. It was very right from your heart. You said everything, and it was very touching to hear that, you know, how much you feel attached to the whole ethos of Justina Mutale Foundation. Coming back to the panel, every one of you have achieved a lot in your field. I could see on your LinkedIn profile, on your Facebook profile, and I'm privileged to be moderating this session with this many, you know, upcoming and rising leaders. What I have noticed, you know, as part of being a board member at Justina Mutale Foundation, that we are working towards the Sustainable Development Goals of UN, which are the blueprint to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all. And how do you think, you know, this during these COVID times, how is it going to affect? What are the opportunities, and how, as a result of this book, how it is preparing the mentality of girls and women and men and boys, everyone, that because this is the strength of individuals which is shown in this book. So how we can you know, associate it with the goals of sustainable development, like we shouldn't have any poverty, no poverty, goal number 1, good health and well-being, because now things have changed, and how far it's going to, the new normal is going to stay, we don't know, because we will be having most of the things online. So in that case, all these goals which we have, UN sustainable goal, you know, like no poverty, good health, well-being, quality of education, how do you perceive that the book is going to help? And with your own experience, what do you think should be the next, you know, how we should make most of this effect of the pandemic on as a result of getting the best out of this book? How can you best use it? Putting things together, you know, the UN sustainable goals, the current pandemic, and the effect of book with your journey. So say whatever you want to say, feel free.
Okay.
I think for me,
Okay. You start, Sharina, you go.
I just was going to say that, you know, for me, I think it's reflect and look at how I can literally move forward with this guidance, and to look at my expertise and my skills, and, you know, communicate that, and to build a community, and to, you know, echo the works of those that's leading before me. I think that is most important, especially when you have such an opportunity, and, you know, the book with all the information and historical and the figures and the, you know, the facts is there for us. You know, we have the opportunity to, you know, push this message forward and know that we can actually make a change with our own lives and what we want for ourselves. So that's what I will do. I will take the knowledge that's been given and apply it to my everyday life.
True. I mean, I will like everyone else to say, but I wanted to say something else with reference to what you said, Sharina, but maybe at the end. But go ahead. Who else would like to opine, give their opinion about how would you like to implement the things which you have, you know, observed, learned from this book and your journey, and how it can be incorporated with the UN Sustainable Goals with the current situation?
Okay, Mita, I can go there. I'm a lifestyle specialist, and my duty is to mentor young women. I like to help other people. In a way, I am following Justina Mutale's footsteps. So I would say to the young future generation, your future is not something that happens to you. It's something you make happen. It all starts with education, which is a fundamental driver of personal, national, and global development. If your parents didn't invest in your education, then you must invest in it yourself if you want to further yourself professionally. There's never a point in your life where learning and furthering yourself becomes unimportant or unnecessary. It is only through education that you're able to escape from poverty and improve yourself. And it is only through ongoing education that you will continue to develop and achieve everything that you wish for.
Excellent.
Now, as the world evolves and becomes more and more technological, it is reasonable to expect that the demand for high level skills will increase over time, and that people will need to be more and more skilled to apply for jobs at all levels. Simply completing your college will not be sufficient for future job hunters, because the number of jobs requiring only that level of education will reduce to a much lower level than it is today. Yeah. You've no doubt heard that robots with artificial intelligence may take over the world, but this will never happen, because automation has never had that effect since the original industrial revolution. All that happens is the nature of the job. We humans need to do changes to something requiring a higher level skill. Somebody has to write the programs required to run these robots, because the robots cannot ever write the programs to run themselves, because they don't know what you want them to do until you write the programs.
You need to have the human-computer interface that way.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And this is where the future generation comes in. Invest in yourself. Everything is within you. Everything starts from within.
And that goes back to the UN development goal of quality of education, and also gender equality. A robot probably might be given a gender, but the equality of gender as well. Excellent points. And I really like what you said about, that future is not going to be without our leadership. We need the leadership within artificial intelligence as well. So very, very good point. Who else would like to give that point of view? Please go ahead.
Maybe me.
Yes, yeah, Anna.
Actually, I always appreciate Justina about her, like how she promote and support education of young women. I also think it's like the best way to make their self, and how to promote ourselves, So in my opinion, actually, of course, robots and all the things, but what we have as a humans is creativity, and what we have as females is actually emotions. And that's actually what we can put on the table when we discuss with a man or we fight for our position. And our empathy for the cases that we look on or for the people is actually our very big plus. So I think it's something we should take care of it. So in my opinion, yes, of course, education is very important, and it's something we should support other women to do it, and we can do it in every age, and it doesn't depend how old we are. We can always chase our dreams and be successful. Also, we can be successful in business, and it doesn't matter what kind of education we have. We can be master in arts, and we would like to sell something and make international business, and we still can do it, because in the most of the cases, we don't need to have a profile education. Only a few jobs, like me as attorney, I need to finish almost 10 years of my studies and everything. But mostly, if we want to switch, we can switch, and maybe we'll be better in other field, and we should do it. If we feel that we can do it, and we feel we will be successful in it and be more fulfilled, we should go for it, because nowadays there is an opportunity to do it, and also internet is creating that. And I can actually learn from Poland and Ayurveda in India. And if I feel for it, I should do it. And I think that's what actually Justina Matale is showing us that we should go where our heart is and just be successful and just challenge ourselves and educate ourselves wherever we are in the world and what age we are and actually which gender we are. We should just be successful and happy where we are.
Excellent. Lovely, Anna. Thank you so much. Yeah, it all matters. We should be happy at the end of the day. So no matter how much you achieve, but there is a human aspect, that's a creative aspect, and it's very well laid out. Who else has not spoken? Epi and
I think I'll
yes.
go if that's all right.
Shrishti.
Yes, I mean, I can totally agree with Anna on the point of how we should strongly feel about education. And I'm myself someone who extremely feels strongly about education and education for girls exclusively. The other thing that I would, of course, like to bring into aspect is the whole concept of feminism, where every girl and every woman is given the choice and the freedom to do exactly what she wants to do in her life with herself. And I think that is also something that, of course, has somewhere been brought about as a hindrance with the COVID scenario taking place over here. But if every girl or every woman is able to make any decision of her life, then I think it would be the biggest form of leadership that she can imbibe in her. And I mean, personally speaking, I have been supported and elevated throughout my life by my parents, by my aunt and uncle, my siblings, everyone. And somewhere I also see the same vision. I see the same vision for every family and institution, where they will provide that opportunity to every girl, to every woman out there. So I think that is how I feel extremely strongly about that aspect.
Excellent, lovely. Okay, it's yeah. Education is not just the quality of education, but education or all education, not just the education which you get in schools, colleges, university, but the education as an all-round development, which is comprising of your exposure to various fields of life, including sports, creativity, creative field. So that's how individual is built. No matter what field you go in, as a leader, as someone who is, sets examples and breaks the glass ceiling and makes other people followers, is their all-round vision, all-round exposure. So that is where education is, in a broader perspective, should be taken into consideration. So
I think I was deeply moved by the words of Malala Yousafzai when she said that if we tackle the whole problem of education, then I guess 50% of the situations and the problems of the entire world would come to an end. And so I think we should really understand how important education is.
Yes,
I think education is very important, but when we talk about breaking the glass ceiling, you need to have really a passion, and that's other thing than education.
And I would like to add, well, I mean, even in the book, Dr. Justina talks about the women that has led from their heart. And I think every woman who has a vision or is passionate about something, you can nurture that vision by, taking the action steps to fulfill that dream. And you can, network and connect with people who are leading in those areas or are doing things similar, and you can learn by the art of doing it and trusting that you have everything what it takes to become that. The journey of 1,000 steps begins with begins with one step. So we have to remember that education comes in different forms, and with the opportunities such as these platforms and these fundraisers, what we're doing today is coming together to give give the young girls in Africa an opportunity to have the education, in some cases, which we don't have, with some of them where they don't have. And I think it's important that we stress, build up as individuals that our voice. Not everybody has the confidence to speak the way how we are today, and we've come together and supporting each other. So we need to be able to articulate what we want and encourage the young girls that it's okay for them to go for their dreams, and we are we are giving back and we are creating opportunities for them. And what we're doing now will be, preparation and be fundamental for them when they're growing. So education comes in many ways, and it's very important to follow your dreams. Myself being a performer and an entrepreneur, as a woman, we have many hats that we wear, isn't it? So, just today I was having a conversation with my niece, and she's asking me, oh, you have all these so much different looks in my modeling and so forth, but it's about being able to express how confident we can be, and that we can be confident because we have every right to be who we are and to go for our dreams and to change the world by going after that. And that's what the art of iconic leadership for me is showing us, that every woman has a voice and every woman's voice should be heard. And this gift has been beautifully given and shared to us, and that we can use that as an example for us to champion our vision and learn how to navigate to do that with the examples that's being set, and connecting with the networks, like Justina Matali Foundation and other organizations around the world that are doing beautiful things, as my colleagues today have so rightly shared. So that's what I would say, lead with your hearts and follow your passions.
Yeah, very, very good point over there, Sharina, about, education comes in various different forms, and education for the underprivileged, which Justina Mutale Foundation is providing, like dreams. If someone is watching this program in Africa or somewhere else, and they see that I can be there as well, this is setting an example. Leaders set examples. Leaders set examples by taking the lead, and this is a lead taken by Justina to give this platform to all of us, to people to watch it, the girls to watch it and feel, I want to be there as well. So that's the start. And then that girl can become a future leader in whatever field in life. That's a different thing. And we are emphasizing girl over here because there's a lot of gender, imparities, so that we have to remove that. I mean, for me, the favorite chapter was Power of Resilience, because and it gives examples of Winnie Mandela and Hillary Clinton and Angela Merkel. So it's amazing that how these women stood in the worst of the scenario and still kept their calm and poise and proceeded in their mission and their vision, having that confidence and courage as well. So looking at all of the chapters which we have over here, I know we have lost Epi, but probably she will come back after a few moments. So I was just wondering, what was if you read all the about all the personalities, what was very striking for you, which you can relate to? Because for me, I can immediately relate to Indira Gandhi. I can relate to Winnie Mandela. That way, is there any personality which you can relate to? As you said, Sharina, you are coming from the background of performance. So you girls are coming from various different backgrounds. So what you can relate the most? Because this book is giving so many people of so many variety of talents and character to embrace their dreams. So what, was there any striking thing within any of the chapters, any personalities, any leaders?
Again, like you said, every single chapter is just mind blowing. It shows an array of the skills needed to be a great leader. And of course, for me, I loved even the inspirational quotes at the beginning of every chapter. Dolly Parton. Many women were mentioned in this book, but I find that every single journey from every woman mentioned in this book, or not mentioned in this book, but has achieved success, you can find some sort of resonance, because the leadership in itself is something that they've gone out to do first. And I think for me, I can relate to every single woman of leadership, because I'm a woman who's becoming more more confident and more growing into the leader that I will be. I'll become a future leader. But I would say that to everyone who is watching, when they get the opportunity to familiarize themselves with the book and realize from the women that have, you know, left a review, written a review, and you will find some sort of resonance in the way how they relate with the book and how they've championed and how they are acknowledging the success from the selflessness from Dr. Justina. But I think my favorite chapter would be the power of vision, which highlights the journey of Dr. Maya Angelou.
Excellent, lovely. What would you like to say, rest of the panelists on the same? I can't hear. Are you on
She's
mute?
on mute.
Yeah.
On mute.
Yes.
Oh, great. You see, technology. We still need people to run this. Okay. For me, I'd still go back to chapter 17, which is my favorite. And in this book, in this chapter, Sanna Marin, the Prime Minister, the youngest Prime Minister of Finland, is an inspiration, especially to everyone, especially to young people. You know, she was raised in a low-income home of lesbian mothers. And she did not have an easy childhood or youth. And this made her strong. She worked hard. She was the first person to go to university in her family. And I resonate with this because this reminds me of my experiences as a school child in my home village of Sekaka in Maun, Botswana. We all had to walk 11 miles to school, often without breakfast in the morning, and then walk back home again to our first good meal of a very long day. Many of the children fell by the wayside because they got sick and didn't attend school as much as they should have. I used to run to school and became a very successful athlete, winning all the races I entered, of course. But it must have been hard, but all I remember is being determined to do whatever was necessary to get to the university and equip myself for a successful career abroad so that I would be able one day to give something back to my home village. So the experiences I went through motivated a friend of mine, a Scottish friend of mine called Lance Greenfield, who wrote a novel called 11 Miles, for which I was honored to be the official editor. So having got my degree at the University of Botswana and going on to do teacher training, I moved to the UK. I tried teaching for a while, but realized I was just digging my own grave. I started my own business, which has gone from strength to strength. And this has enabled me to give something back to my home village. Every Christmas, I used to return back home to my home village with clothes and that I had collected and presented them at a Christmas party for the villagers and the children. So in 2019, last year, I published a book called How I Got Rich Doing What I Love. It provides glimpses of my difficult life in Botswana and snapshots of my voyage of self-discovery in the UK. So, and I am the only one in my very large family to achieve a university degree and achieve a happy, successful, rich life. So, you know, this is similar to what Sanna Marin went through. And look at her. She is the Prime Minister. And not only that, the youngest Prime Minister, female Prime Minister.
And then she has so many in her cabinet who are intellectual females who are doing different roles. Yes.
All the five party leaders are women in her cabinet. So she is leading all female leaders. And she's only, how old is she? She's 34 now,
34.
Right? Yeah. And she joined politics when she was 27.
So these are the highlights of the book, bringing, because we read about this. I read about when she became, prime minister at that time, and then I forgot about that. So this is a reminder. So this is a good manual to remind us about all these examples or the beautiful, pieces of information, which is like an inspiration. I was talking to my daughter; she is in third year international development at King's College in London, and she looked at the book and she said, okay, I don't have time. She was busy with the assignment, but once she looked at it, she said, this is really good. So this book should be in every university's political science department, politics department, because someone who is studying international development, after reading a couple of pages, thinks, oh, this is very good, this should be. So it is, these are the things which you said just now. And I believe you also raised some £10,000 for the kids of your home village to enable them for better education. Yeah.
Wow.
So, and you have your own Princess Bakenio organization as well, along with other organizations.
Yes, I do have my own website, and I do collect donations. I'm actually flying tomorrow to Botswana. So from here, I'm going to be packing my bags. I'm off to Botswana, and I do all these amazing things, because for me, I send the elevator down, just like Justina Mutale. So we live what we preach.
Exactly. And, you having done all that, you also have got your honorary doctorate in the field of study. So how, again, going back to, I would like others to speak as well. But before that, I would like to ask you that this Human Excellence Award which you got, and what you find the humanity expressed by Justina by giving this book to the rest of the world, how do you think this is going to influence you in your ventures and adventures and your future projects in making the most that this book is useful for whatever enterprise you do, and how are you going to promote it?
As a mentor, this book is a tool for me. So I'm going to be using this book along with all the other material that I've got to send the message to the young ones, because this is what we're meant to be doing. This is what we're all doing at the Justina Mutale Foundation. So using the resources that we've got, using our experiences to help the young people, to help others, the millennials. And all we're saying is, it's possible, it's okay, and you can do it. Because look at us, we have done it. So if we've done it, you also can do it.
And can I just add to that? Very well said, Dr. Bukania, and congratulations. What I just wanted to say, the book beautifully summarizes the quality of leadership, all qualities of leadership. And as someone like myself who's learning to master the art of bouncing back, I will continue to also be a student of greatness, and also be, someone who is learning how to lead from those who are leading well. So, it's a life journey, but as we keep working towards our goals, we must always look back to give. And that's something that I've been taught in the African culture. That is what we do. We each one teach one, and we must learn to give back. And Justina, she has done that so beautifully, so selfless. And I think there needs to be more women like Dr. Bukanya, Anna, Nita Joshi, and yourself, Shrishta. There needs to be more of us who are willing to understand the value that we bring, but how we can elevate others along that journey, and how powerful that is. So I just wanted to share that.
Thank you so much to both of you. I'm looking at now Anna, because Anna, you're an advocate trainee in the law firm, and you're also working on your PhD, I believe, in the field of international law, and you were also nominated to the Polish Community Award, Polak.
Yes,
for Paul with a passion
for Polish community worldwide. Yeah. But actually, I think the most thing I'm proud of, I was a member of Warsaw City Council in very young age, because I was 25 years old in this time. And also because I actually I'm born in Kielce, so I wasn't born in Warsaw, but still I was a member of Warsaw City Council, one of the youngest who wasn't born in Warsaw. So that was a thing for me, because it made pattern for women like me born in the small cities, that they can actually achieve what they want in every age they want if they really work hard for it. And they have a bit of luck, because it's also a factor in what you're doing, but I think luck comes with the hard work. But actually what I also get from the book, it's Justina show all these amazing women who are very successful, and I also appreciate their path to the successful offices and everything. But I think every generation have their own challenges, and also every country has their own situation. So we can actually, I never have a kind of role model. I could think about some of them. Maybe I could think about some of the people from the book, but actually I was always thinking that I'm making my own story, and maybe my own story will inspire other young girls in the future to write their own story. So I think it's very good to gain some information how to become successful, what we can do, inspired. I think it's very important to be really ambitious, and every day do your work, and took your own fight, and because of the challenges and everything, sometimes you can be put down, but it's very very important to have persistence what you are doing, and have the main goal. So sometimes you can have some obstacles, but it's very important to see the big goal. So so I think every person can make their own story, and I wish that maybe my story from small city to a big city, and to become a member of city council. I'm a very good attorney, maybe in the future, a more successful politician on my own terms in Poland, which is a very challenging country for a woman. So hopefully other women will follow my path, but maybe they will also make their own story, and I'm happy that I could inspire them, and I'm happy that the book could inspire them also.
So you're going to talk to them about the book so that they can make the most of the book as well, probably.
Yes, but as I say, you can take some stuff from yourself, but you also need to adapt it to your story, because every country has its own challenges, and every century age has their own challenges. I can learn something from Hillary Clinton, but her every move wasn't recorded on Snapchat and Insta story like my move is. So that's kind of different way to make politics, and make your own self in politics, that when she could party without any anything put in the internet for life. So I thinking that we are in the politics, we're women, but we're still a human, and we need to think also about the balance.
That's true. It's the resilience that she stood in the most difficult times. She had to go through very difficult campaigning at that time against Trump.
Yes.
When it was, yeah. So you also, Anna, are working for Light for Africa Foundation. So possibly you will be using the gems within the book in promoting in helping the people in the sub-Saharan Africa as well, and in Poland as well, to bridge the gap between both of them in understanding what can be achieved as a result of the insights which you gain from the book. So
yes, of course, but it's also different. It's like helping, for example, raise women in Poland. It's completely different than helping raise women in Africa or in sub-Saharan region, or in the region of Mabea, when we actually are working as a foundation where they don't even have electricity. So there are like totally different challenges, and we need to like look on this woman equality and all the challenges in different perspective, because as I said before, it's like all the things count. So like geographically, what the region is, what kind of the government is running the country. So it's like, of course, like I'm very happy to empower the girls there and to give them education and new opportunities. But we also, as a NGO, need to look on other factors which are included in this. But I think the most important is like that we talking about empowerment, and we see how education is important and how it's really opening the door for every person worldwide, and actually how internet is like narrowing the gap between the people around the world. When we're in Africa, India, Poland, or UK, that actually internet is giving us the power that really narrow the gap. But the other thing is like internet needs also to be available everywhere. So it's like something what we as NGO are working right now. The
Lovely.
infrastructure.
Very true. Yeah, very true. It's the internet is has made the world quite global, and that's what in the previous panel it was discussed, that we have been fast forwarded by COVID times. Everything is online. People who did not know how to use Zoom have become Zoom experts.
Yes.
So everything is here. But yeah, it's very true that how because we all are involved in some way or other in promoting and bringing up other people who pulling them where we are, so that they can reach where we have struggled or had our journey to reach but we want to make their journey more easy. And Shrishti, you haven't spoken yet, so I would like to
No, I think I mean there's a lot to take away from this session and the previous sessions that I have attended, and I'm sure that I'm going to spread the word about the organization, the foundation, about the book, and about the concepts of leadership in my friend circle. And I think I must say that Dr. Justina Mutale is already a showstopper and a star amongst all the people that I know, because I've always tried my best to spread the word and spread the good things that I've learned and that I've taken from these sessions. There's another thing that I must share with you, an experience that I took away from the virtual summit that had taken place in October, where Dr. Justina Mutale shared an experience of her, where she said that in her city, or probably her town, the females are given a feminine name when they are born, so that they are entitled to be the owners of their own life. And I think, again, leadership is also somewhere connected to that, where we are given the ownership of our own lives to lead our way in our own way. So perhaps leadership begins within ourselves, from within ourselves only. And I think I could totally relate to it, because I am also someone who does not carry a surname. And I think that's a very wise decision that my parents and my aunt and uncle took for me. And I think I could totally relate to that somewhere, that we should be someone who should be on a first name basis, and should be carrying the legacy of their first name itself. And I think it was the biggest takeaway that I could take away from the virtual summit that I had attended. And of course, I mean, this discussion is again something that I will be carrying forward for the rest of my moments that I will be having. And of course, the book is something that I'll be spreading the word to for everyone, because it's a book that everyone should be reading, so that they can get a glimpse of what is required in this time, in this world.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to all the panelists. And we are running out of now time. We can go on forever. But if you would like to say just one sentence of takeaway, then that will be our last input from yourself. So if you want to say something, then one line, please. What you would like to take away from this? The book.
I think my takeaway from this wonderful book that will go on for centuries and years as one of the best books for political leadership is that it's very important for us to articulate the future that we want and to take the steps to confidently do that. And Justina Mutale has, she has shown that. And I think that we all have each other, and we can believe boldly in our dreams, and we can work towards that. We have women who are in leading positions in all different departments in the world, and those are the positions that we can step into and break the glass ceiling and become the first and whatever it is that we want to do, and to be innovators, and we can be, and we just need to continue to champion boldly and follow you trailblaze your own path, but greatness leaves footprints. So it's important for you to surround yourself with leaders and to nurture the dream and pour what's into you, pour into others, because when you give, you receive. And this is the biggest gift Justina has given. And it's a beautiful thing. When you do things from the heart and your intentions is always pure, you will always win. And when you're giving and you're wanting to reach the grassroots, because if you do not love your roots, you cannot love your fruits. And the beautiful roots that we are nurturing and embracing, this is the flourishing of it. This is the garden of the fruits that Justina has continued to give bear. And I'm very honored to say that I'm a part of that, and will continue to learn and be the greatest student that I can be, because every great mentor has a mentor. So I'm grateful because being a part of this platform, I now mentor children from Zambia. Being an ambassador of Zambia, I'm learning about the culture of Zambia. I'm learning about my history and my African history, and it is a lifelong journey because for centuries we have championed so much. So I'm just honored to confidently and humbly walk gracefully and learn to lead lovingly and boldly in the way that I know that I can, and the examples that's been set from each and every woman before me and every woman that will come after me. And that will be my takeaway, to articulate and to lead with love. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now I think we have crossed our limit of going to all. So thanks so much. Thanks for showing the book, and thank you very much. Really appreciate your input and your passion for the book and your appreciation of the Justina Mutale and the foundation. And I'm sure we'll do a lot of other important and worthwhile things in future. And really very insightful session. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Share the book. Thank you so much, Meet.
Looking in the jaws of death, we reach for saving hand. No help will come from them. The Lord is coming. While the Red Sea's closing in, there's no safety in almighty horses. Can you feel the changing wind? Behold the crashing waves. The Savior's on his way. The Lord is coming. Hurry, hurry, he's coming, coming. Bring us to the promised land. Oh, glory, glory, we reach for saving hands. No help could come from man. The Lord is coming. Oh, well, you still can. There's no guarantee we'll see tomorrow. The doors are open wide. Surrender to the light. The Lord is coming. He's coming, coming. Hurry, hurry. Bring us to the promised land. Oh, glory, glory. We reach for saving hands. No help could come from man. The Lord is coming. We're like Daniel in the den, while the waves are crashing in. All you people of the land, thank you.
Greetings from Atlanta, Georgia, here in the USA. My name is Ray Jackson, and I am founder and director of New Seasons Youth Program. New Seasons Youth Program is a nonprofit organization designed to assist students who come from marginalized communities in Africa and the Caribbean with obtaining a college education here in the USA. Our mission is to make a difference in the lives of fellow human beings by eliminating the social causes of poverty, by promoting tertiary education to disadvantaged and financially challenged youth and young adults in Africa, the Caribbean, and young people worldwide. Since the inception of our program in 2010, we have secured well over $3.5 million in full-ride scholarships for 45 amazing academically sound students from Africa and the Caribbean. Oftentimes, individuals ask me, Mr. Ray, how do you do what you do? And I must admit, what we do come with challenges. Nevertheless, because of organizations like the Justina Mutale Foundation, whom we have partnered with, we are able to make the dream of a college education a reality. And you may ask how? Well, for many of our students, the Justina Mutale Foundation has secured or purchased airfare on their behalf. Not only that, but the Justina Mutale Foundation also provides us with a pipeline into Africa, where we are able to identify potential students who meet the qualifications of our program. So I would like to say thank you to Justina and the Justina Mutale Foundation team for all the work that you do and for the support that you have given us over these years. And we look forward to working with you in the future. God bless.
Hello, my name is Eugenia Nyona Mabuchi. I'm 23 years old and I'm from Ghana. Actually, I feel super blessed. I'm super happy to be able to speak to all of you beautiful people. I want to say a very big thank you to the Justina Mutale Foundation for making this possible. And organizations such as this ought to be supported through and through. I do hope that in this era of COVID-19, we are all staying safe and adhering to all the safety protocols that are being put in place by our various governments. When it comes to me, if I had the opportunity or have the opportunity to change one thing about the world, it would be to give education to the female child. Today, we are commemorating the United Nations International Day of the Girl. And this, when it comes to such matters like this, prompted, my heart is touched to be able to speak on the topic of education. I always call myself a product of education. In Africa, I'm from Ghana, I said before. In Africa, culture and religion are major factors that affect how the girl child is afforded opportunities. This may sound very cliche and outdated, but then it is as it is. When it comes to education, what do I mean? Not everybody is going to be a lawyer, not everybody is going to be a doctor or a nurse, but then formal, informal education, they are all equally important. In Ghana, for example, the government affords primary education for free and secondary education for free. We have the free SHS system in place. And we also have subsidized tertiary education. And it also would interest you to know that when it comes to certain faculties such as law and medicine, priority are given to girls who attain the same grades or the same cut-off aggregates as men. Dr. Kweju Agri once said that if you educate a man, you educate an individual. But if you educate a woman, you educate like a whole world or a whole universe, if I should put it that way. And that is simple. Women are home growers. We birth children. We teach them the basics, the language. That is why languages are called mother tongues. That is why I believe that education is that one thing that when it comes to making revolution, a woman deserves to have. I do hope that support will be given to organizations such as the Justina Mutale Foundation that supports girl child or the female children from the African continent who are brilliant but needy. You see, you could help in your own way. It couldn't always have to be go to school, read books, or do the stuff that has been prescribed by a certain state or school, you see. I always say education can be formal or informal, depending on the interest that the child has. Happy International Day of the Girl.
Hello, my name is Luana Abigail Chebwa and I come from Zambia. I'm currently a student here at the European School of Economics in Florence, Italy. I'm studying international business and marketing. I am a student under the partnership with the Justina Mutale Foundation and the European School of Economics. My goals and ambitions are to use the education given to me to help other young African creatives and entrepreneurs like myself. My personal journey highlight has been the wonderful internships I've had through my school, which have enabled me to network with influential people who have given me so much advice and assistance in my personal endeavors. Please donate to the Justina Mutale Foundation Scholarship Fund so that other young African girls just like me can have this wonderful experience. Empower girls and women through the Justina Mutale Foundation. Thank you.
Wow, what a wonderful reminder of from the beneficiaries of Justina Mutale Foundation. I have now pleasure in bringing back, my dear colleague and the chair of Justina Mutale Foundation, Her Excellency Justina Mutale herself, who is the founder and president of Justina Mutale Foundation for Leadership. She's the vice president for the National Alliance of Women's Organizations in the United Kingdom. And she is also ambassador and spokesperson for Gender Equality International Women's Think Tank. And last and not but the least is she's African Woman of the Year for year 2012. So over to you, Justina. Please come back.
Thank you, Mita. Thank you very much. And thank you for all your hard work and your brilliant presentations and with your panel of young ladies. I am delighted that they found my book useful and that it would help them in whatever it is they are doing and that they can venture forth and become leaders and change makers of this world. You know, when you empower a woman, you empower the whole of humanity so that we can have progress for all and prosperity for humanity. So thank you very much.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
So over to you now, Justina. I think you are waiting for the next keynote speaker. So probably we'll
yes,
be
I am just waiting for Senator Donzela James of the 35th District of the State Senate of Georgia in the USA. And I am privileged to have her as one of the providers of the foreword to my book, The Art of Iconic Leadership. So no one is better equipped to talk about the book than Senator Donzela James. She did the foreword together with Baroness Sandeep Verma of the House of Lords, who is also the chairperson of the UN Women in the UK. Welcome, Senator.
I can't hear. Hello.
Can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, very much, Senator. Welcome.
It's a lot of static in the phone.
Yeah, I know. These things happen, but
you wanted me to speak at this time? I'm sorry.
Yes,
trying
please.
to adjust the computer. But I am State Senator Donzela James from the great state of Georgia. Just want to tell everyone how proud and privileged I feel to have had an opportunity to read The Art of Iconic Leadership, The Power Secrets of Female World Leaders. It is such an outstanding book. At this time, we truly need it. And we truly needed it for many years. I've worked in politics ever since the 90s, believe it or not. And it's always been so difficult for women to try to lead and be unbossed and unbought, because everyone wants to tell you what to do, how to do it, or you get no funding for anything, or your bills don't pass. So to read and know about all the great women leaders, I just truly am very happy that Dr. Justina had the opportunity to write this and share it with all of us. So I applaud you. I'm so honored to endorse this book. And also, I'm honored to just say bravo, bravo to you, and hope to see the next book, because I know this has to be only number one. We need more and more. I've enjoyed listening for hours now to many of the panels, and I could relate to each and every one of them. You know, we here in the United States have been working very hard, we as women. I, as a young adult, worked for Shirley Chisholm, who was the first African-American congresswoman, and she was the first one from New York. Also, she was another first. She was the first African-American, male or female, to take a serious run for the president of the United States of America. And she was actually on ballots in different states. So I really learned from her. She always said one thing that I want to share with everyone: aim high, reach for the stars, don't settle for anything less. She said, when you're doing what you know you need to do and you can do, don't let anyone dissuade you from doing what's right. So that's what we needed. And now look, the United States of America has a vice president elect who is a female, African American, a woman of color, but just a strong, powerful woman like the ones that I've been hearing on this program today. So I want to share The Art of Iconic Leadership with all of the other females in the state legislatures, of the South, definitely in the state of Georgia. I'm just even more excited right now. I also know that many people are talking about we got to break the glass ceiling, we're going to crack it. But you know, we have cracked it. We haven't broken it. And we have a lot more than some of us might have to stomp on it to make that glass ceiling open up so that we can do what we're meant to do. There have been so many outstanding women leaders that are unsung heroes. Nobody will ever know about them, but they still pave the way. We still stand on their shoulders. And so I tell you, stand on your shoulders, Dr. Justina. And would you believe Justina is my middle name, my birth middle name?
I knew something was drawing us together. We had something in common.
Absolutely. And you know, I grew up with 5 sisters and no brothers. And in my household, I had a strong mother who made us do our homework. She was not just a traditional mother. She ended up being a teacher by the time I was probably in the kindergarten, and she became a principal of elementary school and then high school before I left high school. So my mother was a go-getter. She was pushing forth and trying to not just teach her 5 girls, because she had 5 daughters in between all of this. She didn't want to just educate us, but educate as many as she could. So, you know, we have to do that in so many different ways. I applaud my mother. So if I had to write a book like you wrote, I'd have some real unsung heroes that I know so well. And my mother was definitely one who encouraged us. She did not want to see us sit around and just she wanted us to be polite and be ladies. But she did not want us to have to be quiet, sit down, listen to the men, everything that they wanted women to do at that time. She wanted us to be bold, to be energetic, to have our own ideas, our own minds, and share it with the world. And then if she saw us getting off track, she would bring us back. And that's what that's what strong women have done for generations and generations. So your book highlights so many important people who have done so many great things. So I tell you, it is my honor and privilege again to say to you, keep up the good work. I love your book. And whatever I can do in the state of Georgia, please let me know. Because throughout my career, you know, I've often been called a dramatic person or a fighter. And, you know, that doesn't deter me. Some people say, oh, you need to calm down. I said, no, my mother taught us to be bold. So, you know, they look at women a different way. So why is it that I'm bossy or whatever, or too aggressive? No, you have to, you know, of course we know the rules, and we still have to work within the rules and in the systems, but we still have to get things done. So I'm just talking and talking to let you know that I am proud of you. I hope you come to Atlanta, Georgia. I will bring you to our state capitol. I'll invite all the women and men, because men need to hear this as well. So you just keep on keeping on. And your book really details so many remarkable achievements of women leaders. And everybody needs to know that they're not alone when they're out there in the world trying to make a positive difference. So thank you very much for allowing me to be on today. I've been here for hours. I did have a different speech, but when I when I saw you and saw that I was finally on, I said, uh-oh, I better talk. And so I hope I haven't been rambling so much, but I just want to say to all the women who have been on before us and those who are just listening, we can do this. If we have to just knock on the glass ceiling or get a baseball bat and crack it or jump on it, we need to break it, because we are we are equal. We can do anything. My mother always, I used to tell everybody, oh, my mom can do everything. And she is the person that I look up to. She's 90 years old. And we had a party for her last weekend when she turned 90. And she was the one being more energetic than anyone else. She was the one giving everyone wisdom and understanding and sitting and talking to people. And then she made the most powerful speech. So listen to our mothers still. And if you have your mothers with you, be as proud as I am of having mine with me. And let's just keep on moving. Women, you can do it.
Thank you, Senator. It has been said that a woman is the next nearest person to God. Of course, we create just like God. So we our role model is God. As women, we create life and we make life. Of course, we nurture humanity and we also bring them into this world. So I'm really glad to hear about the respect you have for your mother, and how you look up to your mother, and how you listen to your mother, and of course how your mother takes everything. She leads on everything. You know, already we do say that motherland, mother tongue, mother nature, the whole world is about mother. I just wonder where we women lost it and then started putting men at the forefront of things. But the other thing is that you have been an absolute inspiration to me. The fact that you have been a senator since 2009, so you have been for 11 years, even in the crucial 2020 elections, you made it and still retained your seat. And I was just wondering whether, of course, you did say this shouldn't be this shouldn't be the end of the book. The next book that I'm going to do, I'll have all the women speak in their own voices. And perhaps, I'm not sure whether we are preempting this, but maybe if you are able to share a bit of just your leadership journey, how it's been like to be a female senator for over 11 years in the United States of America. I know that in other parts of the world, we've had like several women presidents. In Africa, for example, we've already had 2 women presidents, a few prime ministers and vice presidents as well. And even in Asia, we've had loads of female presidents, some of them that I have included in my book, including the Muslim world, where we had Benazir Bhutto in Pakistan. So when you think of America as one of the greatest democracies in the world, one gets to wonder how come we've never had a woman president. And of course, it's exciting that it was exciting when we had Hillary Clinton running for the presidency. I think she's been one of the most formidable presidential candidates, and I have featured her in my book. But also the fact that now we have Kamala Harris as a vice president-elect, that's quite exciting, not just for the USA, but I think for the rest of the world. As they say, when America sneezes, the rest of the world catches a cold. So.
And when you said that God always used women first, that's what I always tell groups when I'm talking to teenage girls. I tell them that yes, God made man, and then He is supposed to have made us from the rib of the male. But think about it. Every time something is made the second time, it's better. It's renewed. And you're better.
Yeah.
And you are better. And so I thank you. I thank you for what you're doing. Again, I'm giving you this invitation to come to Georgia one day I know you want to come to the United States, but and think about Washington, D.C. We'll meet you there even. So just let us know.
Yeah, I will be there as soon as COVID-19 allows it. I will be there both in Washington and also in Atlanta. I do have a daughter that lives in Atlanta, so I will definitely be there. In fact, when I sent you the books and I thought, oh my God, I forgot to sign one for my own daughter. She could have picked it up from your office.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
To meet her. I would love for your daughter to come to the state capitol, and I will let her go around and show her around and introduce her to people and let everyone know the book that I'm giving them is the book from her mother.
I will do that. I will do that. And thank you very much. I was most honored that you agreed to do the foreword. And I love the message in your foreword. And I also love the message that you have presented today. I'm sure you have inspired me, and you have inspired a lot of other people my age and other people much younger than myself. And also, of course, the young women and girls for whom we are trying to help towards their leadership journey, the next generation woman.
Oh, yes. And I'm sure that they understand once they read the book and see all the different women and the case histories of them, then they'll be able to know that they can do whatever they need to do. They don't have to depend on someone else to do it. If they want to do it, they can reach out, they can work hard, and they can do it.
Precisely, because there's always this thing where they say young women don't see any role models. So I thought I'd bring some of these role models that I know. Of course, in one volume, I couldn't put everybody in there, but I thought these were some of the outstanding ones that I put in there. And I hope that it does the magic for our young women and girls.
Well, I hope that our young women and girls will also know that with this COVID-19, with this pandemic that we've had, it's changed everything. You know, I even have my mask. I just took it off to talk to you, to talk to you now. But we mask, we social distance at least 6 feet apart here. We cover up and make sure that we protect ourselves against spreading it or catching it. But there's no more normal things anymore, because even in the state capitol, when we start in January,
yes,
we will not have our interns. They don't want to expose them. They don't want them to have to go up and meet everyone. We won't have pages anymore until we can take control of this COVID-19. So young women know that everything is changing, and you have an opportunity to change the world in a positive way. So we can build now. We don't even have to worry about that glass ceiling. Just start building a new day and a new generation and a new way of living. And I think that we're, we look at the bad part of COVID, but we have to look at the fact that now we can move forward. And some of the things we used to do, we'll never do again. So let's make a new normal ourselves.
Precisely. And also, I think COVID-19 has also presented the world, which to agree with my argument that women are better leaders because of all the, especially the Western world that have handled the COVID-19 better. It's the countries that are led by women. The women have been at the forefront of trying to handle the COVID-19 and, of course, protecting their populations in their countries more than those countries that have been led by men. So I suppose in my belief is that the 21st century is a century to release the feminine spirit, release the feminine spirit into leadership, and also release the feminine spirit into creativity to create the world into a new beginning, so to speak.
Yes, a new beginning is going to be a new market for so many.
Exactly. Exactly. Thank you very much, Senator. It's brilliant to have you here, and I'm very happy that my book is always going to carry your name.
Thank you. I'm so honored. It's a privilege. I'm going to make sure that book gets in the hands of all of the women that I can touch.
Thank you for the partnership. I wish that I could travel to the US as soon as possible. I was hoping that I could come in the new year, but we don't know how COVID is going to play about. But I just noticed today that my book is also available in Target. I'm not sure about Barnes and Noble. I hope that it is there, but it's available in most of the bookstores. I don't know whether in the US you have W.H. Smith and Waterstones, but I know Target is in the US, and the book is definitely there. case of books.
Make sure that I let people know that they can go and purchase it and buy some and give it away for Christmas.
Exactly. And it's also, of course, on Amazon. In any part of the world where Amazon operates, people can get the book from there. And also, we just hit #1 bestseller today.
Oh,
yes.
Oh, absolutely wonderful.
Yes, we did. So thank you so much. But I do look forward to coming to Atlanta so we can do a few things together.
I would
Thank
love
you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Hello, my name is Zuri Conroy. I'm 9 years old and I'm in grade 3. I go to Wynberg Girls Junior School, which is in Cape Town, South Africa. This is the future I want for girls and women in terms of equality. I expect that all girls and boys should be treated as equals and given equal opportunities in all corners of the world. You cannot put limitations on jobs and opportunities that girls must have. We are all born equal, girls and boys. Girls and boys should be able to do whatever they want to do, play whichever sport they want to have, and do whichever job they want, without being discriminated against. It is parents, communities, and governments' responsibility to make sure that girls and boys have a good education so they will be successful when they grow up. Thank you and goodbye.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Florence Mlenga. But before I begin, I would like to recognize the presence of all the world leaders watching this and the general public, all protocols observed. I would also like to thank the Justina Mutale Foundation for giving me this opportunity. It's not every day that you wake up and you're given an opportunity to share your story on such a huge platform. I am extremely grateful for this opportunity. Now, let me take you back to my introduction. My name is Florence Mlenga and I'm 21 years old. I'm currently pursuing my bachelor's degree in pharmacy at the University of Zambia. I'm from a country called Zambia, which is in the southern part of Africa, and we are the home of the Victoria Falls. Now, in my country, I'm famous for an innovation where I am designing a body spray that will be aimed at preventing asthmatic attacks. Now, initially, this project, you would only understand it if I take you back to the genesis of how it all began. So back in 2017, when I was in my first year, I had a friend who was asthmatic, and you couldn't use strong body spray or strong perfume in front of her because she would go into an asthmatic attack. And I felt that that was really unfair because she was missing out on so many things. You know, she was restricted to do so many things, so it had me concerned. But then I didn't do anything about it in my first year and in my second year. But then in third year, thank goodness, an opportunity arose where there was a national competition where females were supposed to come together and compete. And then the main aim of this competition was to combine biosciences with entrepreneurship. So the aim was that you solve a global problem using biosciences while incorporating entrepreneurship into it. It was really, really fun. Hundreds of people had applied, and by the grace of God, I was among the top 10 students, the top 10 female students that were picked to participate, and there were about 15 entrepreneurs who were also picked. So we had to compete, and then in the first phase, my idea, the concept that I pitched, was the same idea I presented to you earlier on, a body spray that could potentially prevent asthmatic attacks. So initially, what this body spray is supposed to do, when you spray it on your body as an asthmatic patient, you keep inhaling it and it keeps going to the receptors in the respiratory tract that are affected, so that if you encounter any allergy in the environment, you're not affected because you keep inhaling something that will keep your lungs relaxed and open 24 hours. So that's initially the idea I pitched with in front of the judges. These judges were experts. So I actually won the first phase as the best student startup idea. Then we went into the second phase, and then we went on to the third and final phase, where I won as the best student startup idea in the whole country. I actually won this award, which I'm really proud of. And I would also like to let you know about the opportunities that it exposed me to. They actually sponsored me to attend an innovation summit, which is meant to commemorate or celebrate African women who are into innovation and entrepreneurship. And that side, when I went that side, it was based in Cape Town. When I went there, I got to learn from women who are doing it big in life, women who are bringing their innovation into reality. When I went there, I was amazed, I was inspired, I was motivated. It gave me an I can do it kind of attitude, you know. I was super inspired. So this competition has opened me up to so many opportunities and so many I can do attitudes. And considering that this whole program has been created to celebrate the International Day of the Girl Child, I would love to encourage girls that you do not have to be at Harvard yet, or MIT or Oxford, to be innovative. You know, innovation starts where you are, in your home. You know, we have the internet. You can research, read about research papers that have been released. What are you interested in? How do you want to solve global problems out there? What are you passionate about? You can use that to solve many global problems and many global challenges.
Thank you so much to all the dignitaries who came here on this program, especially the senator who gave such a wonderful insight into the book, and to Her Excellency Justina Mutale for promoting these fantastic qualities of female leaders, iconic female leaders, via this book, and giving opportunity to every single person, whether man or woman or girl or a boy, to get to their dreams, and giving this gift to the world. So please take this seriously and do donate to indirectly to Justina Mutale Foundation by taking the pleasure of this book, because this book is going to open new avenues, and all the proceeds are going to go for Justina Mutale Foundation, its leadership foundation scholarship, that we will be giving all the money for the underprivileged girls in Africa who do not have any chance of studying abroad or doing their tertiary education abroad. Even in these COVID times, we do need to have links with foreign universities, abroad universities. So it's going to be applicable in any given times. So please, if you wish to donate, don't hesitate. Christmas is here. Take the best step. Hi, Justina. I was just talking about our scholarship.
Hi, thank you, Mita. Thank you so much. I suppose I could say that I'm glad that my book has hit #1, and especially in the political leadership category.
Yeah.
You know, the first ever president of Kosovo, Atifete Jejaga, did say that the power of women in politics is a soft power. So that's what my book talks about. It talks about simple things like compassion, like resilience, like creativity, like charisma, all these things that make an iconic leader.
Vision and courage.
See, because in politics, most of the times the issue about might conquers all, you know, thinking about military might and things like that. But I think there's also the issue of soft power, which was coined by Neil. So if we concentrate on that, the things that are inherent in us. If we bring a kind of divine attitude to everything that we do. Divine leadership, of course, equals iconic leadership, because we are doing everything according to the word of God, and looking after our own, our fellow humans, and making sure that as leaders, we provide what it is that is good to bring forth the best in each and every human being, and all of the people that follow us or work with us. That is the best way that we should be doing this. It's been said that emotional intelligence is the new science, or perhaps the new language for relationships, and that's the way of where you tune into other people's feelings, and you are aware and sensitive to other people's needs, and of course you know yourself how far you can go and what takes you to do certain things. So that is also brilliant. All these things I have said in my book, and I think 2020 has brought up us so many problems, but it's also been a year to reinvent ourselves and rise to the occasion, rise to the next level, to the next phase of consciousness or humanity, in order to tune in with what perhaps God wants us to be, or what kind of human beings we need to be, where we need to get together and realize that we all belong to a greater whole, and bring to us for example, the golden rule of doing unto others as you would like to be done unto yourself. And I think the most kind of softest divine leadership principles is what makes one an iconic leader. And there's no one nearer to God on this earth than a woman, and especially a mother. As women, we create just like God does. So we are the divine instruments. Women.
You just spoken my heart out,
yes.
Justina. You just spoken my heart out, because I was just thinking, my other hat which I wear is a chaplain, and my faith, Hinduism, teaches that there's divine consciousness connecting all of us, and COVID has made that so much, visible. So many people have been helping each other, and as you said, this divine consciousness has given rise to these female leaders. That's
exactly.
Leaders.
Yeah.
I was talking another platform, where I'm part of Healing Our Earth. They do the same thing, and I was planning that we could also have broadcasted over there if we had planned in advance. But this is what divinity is very important, because we all are limited edition. We are all going to go away one day, but we are going to leave some goodies, and this is one of the best thing you have done.
Yeah, and I think that
congratulations for the #1 in political leadership category on Amazon. I can't believe we did it.
Yeah, if everybody in politics could follow some kind of divine principles and be an iconic leader and really be considerate of other people around them, I think then the world has an opportunity to turn the tide and go the correct direction. But also as a woman, on a selfish side perhaps, but also understanding that women are the next closest to God, that the 21st century perhaps is the time to unleash the feminine spirit into leadership, because once you empower a woman, as they say, you empower the whole of humanity. And of course, through women, the world can achieve the much desired prosperity for all, and of course, human progress. So this is what my book is based on. And also, of course, I got tired of hearing that there are no role models to show young women and girls that they can be leaders and all that. So I just went back and dug into my own life, from my own family and my own experiences as a young person, women that I held high in the way I saw them and how they led and what they were doing. There are some women that people do not talk about. For example, Golda Meir of Israel. She was one of the founders of the Jewish state. as a woman, her focus was really finding a place where the Jews could call home after having been persecuted so much from all around the world. And only a woman can do that for her people. I already said about Benazir Bhutto. She stands out for me because she was from a Muslim country, and we know how the negative press around Muslim people and the way they treat women. But we have, even before the United States can have a woman president, the Muslim world through Benazir Bhutto had a woman head of state. So, of course, Indira Gandhi, I cannot forget her. She was so charismatic too, so beautiful, so charismatic, so elegant, and so
And
very...
I share my birth date with her. I share my birth date with Indira Gandhi. So.
Yeah, I know. So,
but yeah, you're right. These women, all women in going back to my faith, is there is Shakti. Shakti is the name given to the interior strength, and Shakti is considered the head of the universe as well. There is a sect called Shaktism. So we have that Shakti, we have got the inner strength, but it's knowing that we have, and then latching onto it and cashing on it. And this is what your book is doing, is reminder, is for people, for women especially, to know how much they have got inside, and look at these examples. So this is what,
Yeah, and I also know that in India, most of your gods are women. So you got right.
They say that if you keep the woman of the house happy, then the house will flourish. They've forgotten all the olden things. In olden times, 5,000 years ago, Vedic times, there were women who would never get married. They were called Brahmavadinis. They will expound the ultimate truth. So women had a very good role even in olden times. They wrote the Vedas, the oldest scriptures. So yes, we have to remember that divine consciousness is the driving force for all the successful women. And if we can touch base to that and have the strength, thanks to you, Justina, you have made it possible for us to look at this and learn from the book.
Yeah, and my hope through my book is that the world can then, by the year 2030, at the conclusion of the Sustainable Development Goals, that we can achieve the much desired 50-50 planet, where at every high level decision making table we can have a 50% male perspective and of course 50% female perspective. So we have yin and yang to direct the direction of the world, because for over such a long time the whole world has been run on the perspective of the male gender, and then we seem to be falling like the Pisa Tower on one side, but we need to bring the Pisa Tower to stand up straight with yin and yang and balancing the 50-50 planet. So that is what this whole book is all about, and I hope that as many young women and girls can read it and that they can be inspired, and also to know, like I said, this is my gift to the next generation woman. It's my gift to every young woman and girl around the world, to inspire her journey in leadership and let her know that it is possible to lead as a female. Thank you very much, Mia.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
bintu bya mutima nze samanya nagezaako dda byalema nga njagala manye kubyanika omukwano kawowo mama kokolotya ne bosibe fumbe bivaayo nebyeyasa ze nakumba lubutu ebijja mu maaso ntalibwanya okulutula laba wona nno ebyali byenkyama twasise ekyama biri byetwakweka byebifuusa ensonga ebyali byenkyama twasise ekyama omukwano muzuzi koko okolo tatogwe wala Wankwasoro mungenjo kabuze isa Seyari emanye mulavu sigonze wa Pola mpolo mutima nga gubibwa Bwena kumbe byama nebifuke byama Labo joga laba bonkube wala Bangamba kawowo mukwano kokolotia Nasibye fumbe ubudeyo nebyeyasa Ebyali byenchama Twasise chama Biri betwakweka Byebikuse songa Ebyali byenchama Twasise chama Omukwano gwafe Yempaji yafe Kwa twasibe kwa shwe kumide Olwazuru mpaniride Simasari ntineisa Echenjo yanchinkola Keka sena zaneise Mukomana vimbi Ampuniranga dora Nachinga biene mama Zena kuwa kama Yanga meka wowo Labu kokolotia Nebo sibe fumbe Bivayo mimi yasa Ebyari byenchama